be blinded by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change, keep the change. They hate and say we went and changed. I stay the same. You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights, lights. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 You must be blinded by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change, keep the change. They hate and say we went and changed. I stay the same. You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights, lights. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh. We put the nets up in the lines, now we high, high, high. Kaleidoscope of colors beaming from our eyes, eyes, eyes. Would've thought was LSD, LSD. Can't lose my mind like Kennedy, Kennedy. You see us cooking recipes, recipes. You hit the top, all you left with is the memories. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, go hard to have it is your purpose. We had some faith that who gon' hurt this. I naughty night, you lullaby. I'm doing me, it's do or die. You must be blinded by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change, keep the change. They hate and say we went and changed. I stay the same. You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights, lights. finally free. I'm ready for you if you're ready for me. Yeah. Are you ready to breathe? Are you ready? There's only one step till we're finally free. I'm ready for you if you're ready for me. Are you ready to breathe? Are you ready?
I was sure that it'll be easier to clear you from my mind. Struggle with dusty corners till we're filled with fatal bombs. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Situation got upset when I stepped on a memory thorn. How I did it to myself. That I have you had to break free from the minefield that you are. Bomb, bomb, bomb. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. It'll be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. Ooh. It'll be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. You're reflecting, I'm deflecting, burning tires to move on. Too many noises, clash the choices, future came and left like ghosts. No more messing, no caressing, heavy pending on the walls. How I did it to myself. Craving a hip, practice land, sleeping on my bed, it's holding inside. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. It'll be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. Ooh. It'll be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap,
It's heavy. Yeah, I gotta keep it trendy on my soul. I'm the most selfish person that I know. Here we go, down the rabbit hole. Got a couple carrots round my neck. Self-respect, when you out of line, you put yourself in check. They don't hear me, they don't hear me though. Cycles going round and round and round like a merry-go. Stand for truth, or fall for any old scenario. That's why I keep my circle smaller than a Cheerio. Cause this the company you keep. Stay woke, please don't get caught slick. End up sowing what you reap. Know your worth, and don't sell cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, it's about where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect timing, check your watch. And I know who I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
nah. Shouldn't have let receipts, now I got you on fire. Shit might get released when you walk down the aisle. Exposed to who you are beneath that fake ass smile. A couple songs about you when I told the truth through and through. Never name drop, you guilty if you assume it's you. From laying under covers to staying under your skin. I know exactly what it was, fuck what it is. Stay thinking out loud and think about how the vibe changed quicker than 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt bad for whatever I said, but whatever's dead, I hope I see you never again. Could've been me in the suit, but you had your cake and you eat in it too. Fuck, you never thought you'd go back on your word. Broken promises set me back down to earth. Black down on the curb, guess time heals all, accept this. Cut deep enough to leave me infected. I fell victim to a hoe's intentions. And cause of you I can't make a connection, everybody in question. You always look good when shit was looking bad. Looking back, it had me trusting somebody I probably shouldn't have. PTSD from falling and hitting rock bottom with nothing there to cushion that. Last time you reached out, I ain't read the message. Leave it to karma to respond when you least expect it. Everything I said, I felt the need to mention. When facts seem offensive, it's hard to ease attention. I'm just thinking out loud and think about how the vibe changed quicker than 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt bad for whatever I said, but whatever's dead, I hope I see you never again. Could've been me in the suit, but you had your cake and you eat in it too. Fuck, you never thought you'd go back on your word. Broken promises set me back down to earth. Black down on the curb, guess time heals all, accept this. Cut deep enough to leave me infected. I fell victim to a hoe's intentions. And cause of you I can't make a connection, everybody in question.
talk one time. Whoa. Whoa. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but the shit's still wet. Yeah, that's that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Ain't damn near still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds, told them I get what I want. I need my money up front, I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen them here once. Told them I ain't playing, they don't wanna get hurt, dog. It's about time I done show them how it works, dog. Seen them in the shit, but now they all worse off. I ain't in a race if I ain't coming first, dog. Take a step back if they ain't in the game now. It was moving slow, so I had to find a pace now. All they tryna talk, not the time or the place now. Coming for the pot, and I got a pocket ace now. Ooh. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check, told them last year that I been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but the shit's still wet.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Blinded by the lights, we came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change, keep the change. They hate and say we went and changed. I say the same, you must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights, lights. Yeah, 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 yeah. some fake, then who gon' hurt this? I naughty night, you lullaby. I'm doing me, it's do or die. You must be blinded by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change. Keep the change. They hate and say we win and change. Why stay the same? You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights, lights.
such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, nothing inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough.
What's up, gamers? Welcome to my new channel, Subway Surfers. I got a new game here, so I'm just playing it. Game like down here. So yeah.
I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, nothing inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough.
gamers, we're gonna do a new channel, Subway Surfers. I got a new game here, so I'll just play it. Game it down here. So yeah.
It's heavy. Famous love. Yeah, I gotta keep it trendy on my soul. I'm the most selfish person that I know. Here we go, down the rabbit hole. Got a couple carrots around my neck. Self-respect, when you out of line, you put yourself in check. They don't hear me, they don't hear me though. Cycles going round and round and round like a merry-go. Stand for truth, or fall for any old scenario. That's why I keep my circle smaller than a Cheerio. Cause it's the company you keep. Stay woke, please don't get caught sleep. End up sowing what you reap. Know your worth, and don't sell cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, it's about where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect timing, check your watch. And I know who I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong, till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong, till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
When you walk down the aisle, expose who you are beneath that fake ass smile. A couple songs about you when I told the truth through and through. Never name drop, you guilty if you assume it's you. From laying under covers to staying under your skin. I know exactly what it was, fuck what it is. Stay thinking out loud and think about how the vibe changed quicker than 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt bad for whatever I said, but whatever's dead, I hope I see you never again. Could've been me in the suit, but you had your cake and you eating it too. Fuck, you never thought you'd go back on your word. Broken promises sent me back down to earth. Back down on the curb, guess time heals all except this. Cut deep enough to leave me infected. I fell victim to all those intentions. Because of you I can't make a connection. Everybody in question. You always look good when shit was looking bad. Looking back, it had me trusting somebody I probably shouldn't have. PTSD from falling and hitting rock bottom with nothing there to cushion that. Last time you reached out, I ain't read the message. Leave it to karma to respond when you least expect it. Everything I said, I felt the need to mention. When facts seem offensive, it's hard to ease attention. I'm just thinking out loud and think about how the vibe changed quicker than 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt bad for whatever I said, but whatever's dead, I hope I see you never again. Could've been me in the suit, but you had your cake and you eating it too. Fuck, you never thought you'd go back on your word. Broken promises sent me back down to earth. Back down on the curb, guess time heals all except this. Cut deep enough to leave me infected. I fell victim to all those intentions. Because of you I can't make a connection. Everybody in question.
Never mind. Trust battle for Glasgow to still have technical issues 5 years on. We still can't get it right, guys. But hey, we're here, we're back. I realized in all that hype and commotion, I never actually formally introduced myself. Hello, I'm Zanzi. I will be your host for day 1 today. Former Charger in my own right, and it feels absolutely fantastic to be back here. Cannot tell you. Right, now, I believe we were onto something here. Our player reveals. So let's welcome out the first team.
In the heart of Glasgow, where champions are born and legacies are forged, there's a team that defies expectations. Once hailed as victors, they tasted the sweetness of triumph, but stumbled in their pursuit last year. Now, with unwavering resolve, they are back on the battlefield, eyes fixed on the ultimate prize. Chargers.
Yeah, I'm in your town, I'm coming your way, just wait up. Me and my team ain't taking no L's, I told them you don't wanna play us. We going downtown with a flight in the morning, said fuck it, I'm just gonna stay up. Remember last year, I told them the price, and now they all wanna pay up. They hit me now, they coming too late, all I reply is to save up. Me and my guys, we did it ourselves, so no one can say that they made us. They gave me the shit, they trying to guard me, I told them you gotta go straight up. We eating for days, I've been in the gym, I swear that I'm getting my weight up, yeah. Oh, I seen it all, you avert. Hop up in a whip, watch it skirt. I might risk it all for you first. Meet me in the night, shit get worse. I told them all I'm getting it back.
A force rises from the shadows. They're relentless and unyielding. Born from the raw energy of the city's grunge subculture, they emerge as a symbol of defiance and power, and leave a trail of chaos in their wake. Stratos. Last year, they conquered all. Their dominance unmatched. And now, they rise again, ready to showcase their regal might. From their lofty thrones, they push boundaries of excellence, breaking limits with each decisive play. The elite, the untamed, the invincible. With the weight of the crown upon their shoulders, they return reminding us why they are the true rulers of Glasgow. Grizzlies.
Probably the most sophisticated intro I've ever seen. Are we good? Nope. Alright, back to shoutcasting we go then. Right, okay, so please welcome your hosts, your resident own Glasgow Caledonian University Chargers! Captained by our own resident Port Nuno. And introducing their opponents for the game 1. They were up. University of Strathclyde Strathers. Captained by the third best Winston Overwatch player in Scotland, that Dom Dom. And introducing our third team, the resident champions, University of Glasgow Grizzlies. Captained by the chivalrous Tad Knight. And I present to you your resident Overwatch teams. Have some fans in the audience. We love to see that. Even if it is for University of Glasgow. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Right, I'll leave the players to set up, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
No, great. Thank you, Zazie, for I'm getting all this audio on my team speaker. That was really a great first match. Yes, we do. That was the least problem. We will get through it at the end of the day. Good job on the amazing
See if I guess I'm getting no cues in audio. So no.
Fuck, man. Yeah, and it was fantastic. But jerseys as well. From what I've heard, best jersey. For sure. It's cool. So yeah, definitely our residential team wants to look out for here. Obviously, we have the reigning champs of Glasgow University. They have held the crown over these other two universities for quite some time. But the real question is will we see an underdog rise from below?
That is the question, right? Because Grizzlies, they are the team to beat. They're coming in as the champions. There was even some boos I heard.
I did hear the boos.
Yeah, a little bit steamy there, but yeah, it's because, you know, when you wear the crown is heavy. That's what it is, and you can tell by the intro they take themselves very seriously. Yeah.
Classical music, the Hogwarts-esque.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because University of Glasgow, as you know, last year they won. They are your reigning champions of Battle for Glasgow, and you know, it's not just the free universities of Glasgow; it's free of the best esports societies in Scotland. Yeah. Like, these teams are nationwide, competing and doing extremely well.
Yeah, they're the best in Scotland, that is for sure. And today is proving which one of them really is the best Overwatch team. And we've got quite a good variety of Overwatch teams. You know, we've had a lot of conversations with some of the players, and we've definitely found out that Glasgow, they're much more into the synergy. They're very solid team, which, you know, at the end of the day, having that synergy, that solid nature of your team, it is going to be very good. And, you know, a bit more mismatchy in the other teams. You've got Strathers, who I believe are more of a dive team.
Yes.
And, you know, other interesting things going on in Chargers.
Yep, and that's the stakes for today. Beat Glasgow University. Yeah, beat the Grizzlies. They are the ones with the target on their back, and both the teams that we're going to be saying first are gunning to take them off their throne and start this weekend with a win in Overwatch. It's what they're wanting to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Our first match of the day, I do believe, is Strathers versus Chargers, who look to be set up here. Here's a look at the rosters.
Yeah, so as you heard, Pot Noodle is going to be captaining the Glasgow Caledonian University team. Pot Noodle is actually a DPS player as well. No, I'm wrong about that. Pot Noodle is a tank, and it's very good at tank. It's very good at Winston. As we talked about, they prefer the dive, right?
Yeah. They absolutely do. I mean, Dive's a composition we've seen really excel in the last year or so. Lots of monkey-based compositions. Even Diva coming out a little bit as well. Will the side of Strathers be able to step up to what I think is a very difficult composition to play against?
Well, yeah, it's the first two games, so you really want to be starting out the best that you can, because if you can win that first control map, you basically have the game in your hands. So that a lot of pressure very early on for these teams rolling into Control. We don't know the specific map that they've chosen yet, but I'm sure that will really show the kind of compositions that we'll be seeing and what they want to be running against each other.
Yeah, Control, there is no drawing. It is 99 to 99%. It is normally in Overwatch as close we do get, really. You see the 99%. Those overtime fights really are where we see the heroes come out on top, as it looks like our teams are getting ready to hopefully go into our custom match very soon.
Look at that.
Look at the camaraderie.
Psyched, yeah. A lot of camaraderie, a lot of support here as well.
Yeah.
A lot of good turnout for the first day of Battle for Glasgow. Like I said, it's a historic day. Lots of eyes are on Glasgow right now for this event to be going well, and man, the production behind it, you guys have no idea. They have put their heart and soul into this, and with the equipment that they've had and the time that they've had, they've done absolutely amazingly.
Yeah, indeed. That is what we are looking at, is a big team of people who are very, very passionate.
Look at that, deep in thought.
Deep in thought in the strategy, It's a strategist game. Overwatch.
Of course it is. It's a gentleman's game.
It is a gentleman's game. That's why we are here in our nice...
Of course, yeah. We are gentlemen as well.
We are
gentlemen. Of course.
Yes, indeed. Like I said before, again, our players sat down. Hello.
Yeah. They're ready to break their limits here in Battle for Glasgow.
Break their limits.
Yeah, and to talk about ourselves for a moment, this is the first time we've actually casted side by side.
Yeah.
I can touch him. You are real.
I'm real. We are real. We're all real here today.
Oh, it's real.
In Glasgow. It's very, very real. As here we come.
Yeah,
looking into...
Look at these gamer hands.
The gamer hands.
So many keyboards. There's like extra 2 keyboards on the desk there.
Why not? Because they need to check him PC.
Yeah,
that's an old reference.
check him PC.
PC.
Yeah, that's a good reference.
That's a good reference.
Yeah. Powered by Intel.
Powered by Intel.
We'll be getting into the game as soon as possible, folks. Obviously, just want to make sure that the gamers are ready. We don't want any pauses. Pauses is the worst thing you want.
Yeah, you want to make sure everyone is ready to go. All the systems are. I mean, look, we've got 10 systems up on stage today.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a lot to It's a big task to accomplish. To be able to set up all these machines, to be able to have everything ready to go, so that the players can just sit down and just start gaming.
I mean, I can barely run my own PC at home, so there's 10 PCs on the desk there, so a lot could go wrong, but a lot could go very right. I mean, Caledonian is the youngest university, right? They are they're the younger brother, essentially. So they're very much the young, spry up-and-comers. They've got a lot to prove. That's maybe why they have the best jersey. They're very flashy, very showy. They want to really show what they can bring against, the older universities like Glasgow and Strathclyde.
Yeah, exactly. The younger brother, they are indeed. And Strather possibly looking to be a little bit in the shadow of that older brother. Because like we've said before, we're going to say again, Glasgow University, the Grizzlies, they have reigned over the land of Battle for Glasgow for quite some time. So really, like we've said, they are the team to beat.
Yeah. They really bared down under competition.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Thank you. Getting out early.
Yeah, get out the bad puns early, so we have good ones later.
Yes, sure. That's the idea.
That's the idea.
Yeah, not emptying the well. Not
emptying the well. It's a big well of puns. Look at that setup. Got the nice Red Bull on stage as well. Gamer drink.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Gamer drink. Lots of gamer drinks. Water is the best gamer drink, though.
Nah, we like our energy drinks.
That is true. We like a Red Bull here.
We do.
But yeah, very shortly we will be getting into it. And Overwatch is not a simple game to start things out with, right? And if you don't play Overwatch, if you're more of like a CS:GO, Valorant, or even MOBA, it can be hard to follow, right? Because it's an FPS game, but it's a hero FPS game. So basically what you're looking at is King of the Hill is going to be the first game mode. They're going to be battle over Central Point, and all the heroes have their own abilities, but really you want to be looking what the tank does to set up space. That's kind of like a lot of the synergistic plays in organized play. That's why I'm really interested to see what Strathclyde are able to do, because a lot of their star players are their tanks. That Dom, of course, being very good on the dive tank, like we've heard, top 3 Winston in Scotland, and that's for sure.
Yeah. Will they be number 1 though?
I mean,
we'll see.
Tonight.
We're going to see. Also, I mean, they do have as well a Ryan substitute that they can have. They have that card in their pocket to pull out. Maybe a bit of a different style. Maybe for the second map they want to move on to King's Row, something a bit brawlier.
Yeah.
We don't see a lot of Ryan. It's sad. The hammer has been placed down for quite some time.
That is true. I mean, these players have been excited for this, right? Hopefully more excited than for PvE. Because
let's not start that conversation. Let's not start that conversation.
But
it's a rough one.
In terms of, let's talk a little bit about meta then, as we have some time before the game starts, right? Junker Queen as a tank just got a heavy buffs, right? And that's because she can just sustain herself for so much, self-healing, lots of output damage, and it really just makes this kind of death ball brawl comp that just runs through anything in its wake.
Very similar to Six Man, a composition that we saw really do
very
well
like
towards the end of Overwatch
comps,
zombie comp, a lot about the sustain, brawly nature. We often see it even run with Genji, which I think is a pick that a lot of people don't expect to see in a brawl comp. Pardon?
I think we will see that.
Yeah, I think we do have some Genji players in our midst. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Junker Queen absolutely meta, but of course, when you're preparing for so long, I think you can really get away with just playing what you're strong at. At this level, it's a little harder. That meta cage will limit you at times, and you really have to pick and choose your maps if you're not going to be playing into the meta. So you could very well see a lot of 2-1s here. Like not clean sweeps. I know Glasgow Glasgow University Twitter, they predicted a clean sweep, and I think that they meant for the entire weekend.
I think, yeah.
We'll see. I don't know. I think there's opportunities for them to falter early here in Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, it is again about momentum. Once you build up a little bit of momentum, you can really take that and you can run a mile with it. So we will have to see once we get into our games. Obviously, Glasgow Uni is not playing in our first match. They'll be playing in the second and third.
And on the chairs there, you may have seen little leaflets about very important charity. You can read about Benji and their story. It just shows that gamers are able to really give back to other communities. There's a lot of heart, soul, and compassion. Gamers get a bad rap, right? They really do.
Definitely.
But there's a lot of good hearts in this community for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is a small minority. That toxic environment that people like to, assume about gamers, where actually most of us are pretty nice.
Yeah, it's because it's competitive, right? And any competitive sport, I mean, like football, you see it all the time, like big arguments, people like, getting sent off for like racist remarks and stuff. So like it happens, but I mean, the focus here is on compassion. And we're all about love. I mean, sure, the universities here are rivals, but it's friendly, right? It's all good fun in the end. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. As I think we're having some technical difficulties with a couple of the headsets, I believe. Been a little bit of audio issues today, but yeah, it happens. More gamer hands for you.
Yeah, that does mean we get some more lovely shots here from the production crew. Of those steady gamer hands. You need to have steady hands.
You do, yeah.
I mean, yes, it's a hero shooter, but it's still a shooter. There's still FPS elements. You need to land your shots.
Yeah, and we do have some pop-off DPS, I do believe. I think that is definitely plays into Strathis quite a lot.
Well, we'll be seeing one of them because Pot Noodle, captain of Caledonian, I incorrectly corrected myself. They're not a tank player.
They're not.
They're a DPS player. Yes.
Sure.
And they will be coming up big here for their team. I imagine there's going to be some players who maybe haven't been on the stage before, who are really going to shine today and maybe kind of find their stride in esports. I mean, this could even be the launching platform for someone to say, hey, I'm looking for a contenders team or open division. Like, there's plenty of options here for these players in the path to pro system in Overwatch.
Yeah, path to pro. I'm sure we've all been tuning into a little bit of Overwatch League. I know I have. It's been quite entertaining. Of course. Will we see upsets today, though? That's the question. A lot of upsets in Overwatch League. I think our technical difficulties seem to be remaining.
Everyone but the Grizzlies want to see an upset.
Yeah, they want to see a clean sweep. We'll see. Yes. We'll see what happens. Who knows?
We'll find out. But yeah, I mean, the Grizzlies, right? They're on top for a reason. It's not just because they are from the oldest university.
The Hogwarts University.
It's not just because they have the magic of Hogwarts. I mean, they are walking down the ramp looking like they're about to play some Quidditch, but their Overwatch is very solid, I promise you.
Yeah, and solidity is really what it's all about, especially in team play. You want that synergy. In your ranked games, maybe that one Genji will just carry you to victory, and you just have to sit back and relax and not have to do anything. But in organized play, it's really all about that synergy, all about the comms, and often led by the tank. So again, like you said, that's really who we have our eyes on.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, there's so many players, right? Obviously, 5 main players for each team here. So that's like 15 players to look at. Then you're obviously talking about subs, and one of those subs is for Strathclyde, and is their right tank.
Yeah.
And Constant is coming in as a contenders level player, contenders level coach, right? A very intelligent player to be in that. That's tier 2 Overwatch, right? There's only one more tier above that. So if you're coaching that level, if you're playing that level, you just have a better brain for Overwatch than like 99.99% of people to play Overwatch. So that's a big asset for Strathclyde for sure.
Yeah, big Overwatch brain. Yeah, I'm excited to see a little bit of Winton gameplay as well. I've been teased about a bit of the monkey compositions, and we do like to see a little bit of the Winston.
Yes,
we do.
What a lovely setup.
Isn't it? It's nice, right?
It's nice. It is nice. I mean, considering we're set up in a university right now, obviously Caledonian, and like the way that the production crew have like put this together is amazing. I mean, like we said, a lot of these PCs are like the production's PCs.
They're from home.
Yeah. The production crew have brought them in. And like pieced this together, and it's amazing that we're even at this point. And once we get rolling, like it's only going to get better from there.
Yeah, it only will get better from there. Absolutely. Still believe we're having some technical difficulties, but
just means we get to do a little podcast up here.
We got a little forecasting going.
Yeah. Geo and Gimbal. That's how they call us. That's a little tagline.
I believe we're going to be getting in pretty soon as well, Gio. So just a bit of updates,
Yeah, updating. Maybe to the new patch. Maybe they're going to be shocked by the fact that there's a patch, and maybe Junker Queen.
Maybe it throws the meta completely left field.
Hey, maybe they added PvE.
Good one. PvE. If only.
I mean, a lot of these players may have been playing Overwatch as long as Overwatch 1. Used to the 6v6 system, 2 tanks, and you really have to adjust your play a lot, and there's been plenty of time for that, and these teams will have done that absolutely. It just kind of means that you have this kind of backlog of knowledge that other people just won't have if you've played Overwatch 1.
Yeah.
Like the idea of what say the off tank does, what the main tank does. And
what's off tank?
Those don't
tank?
exist.
What's off tank? I don't even know.
What's an off tank? They're all on.
They are all just tanks. But yeah, I think a lot more pressure on the tank players now because it used to be you had an off tank to be able to appeal for your team. I mean, anyone who played at the end of Overwatch 1's lifespan in organized play, all the off tank players were pretty much in Diva jail. Or Sigma, occasionally.
The occasional Sigma.
Yeah, mainly in Diva jail. But now...
I mean, it was very much a Hammond playfield for sure. Wrecking Ball was just all over the place.
Yeah.
And I did not love that. But I'm
support players over here.
Yes. Yeah, there's lots of Wrecking Ball players, I'm sure. Very much enjoyed that time, though.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, that's the composition that really dominated the end of Overwatch 1 was that Diva, Ball, very peely, very sustained dives.
Yes.
And we do see some compositions like that still work in Overwatch 2. Ball's more of a niche pick at the moment, but you do see the style of Tracer Sombra really starting to rise up, even in, compositions with the Junker Queen, which is kind of a best of both worlds scenario, I think.
Yeah, if you see any Sombras, the Sombra is really strong right now for... it's obvious reasons of being able to scout targets for dive, but also, once you get that hack on, it's like such extra damage, especially if there's a Discord orb. It's like a lot of extra damage on one particular target, and of course, that's what dive wants. Get in quick, get elimination, back up, get in quick once the resources are back, and clean it up. And of course, we do know Strathclyde, they like their dive. That's the sort of gameplay we're going to be seeing from them from the very outset of this this weekend. And will Caledonian be ready for that? Will the Chargers be prepped for that? Go for counter dive? Maybe, I mean, they know they're up against a Winston, and a classic counter is a Reaper. So imagine they come out with a Reaper based Junker Queen comp. That would be pretty.
Ooh, that's rough.
That would be nasty for the Winston.
It's pretty difficult. I mean, yeah, Monkey, unfortunately, he has a lot of caveats. He close range after that dive commences. He doesn't really have much. I mean, he's got the bubble, but if that Queen can just kind of walk in, use the shout, sustain, shotgun to the face. What is a Monkey going to do against a shotgun? Not very well, I don't think.
Yeah, that's not a joke that ends in a ha-ha.
No, it's a sad.
A monkey met a shotgun. Uh-oh,
he dead.
Poor
Winton.
Poor Winton.
Yeah.
But of course, there's other dive tanks. Like, I do know, I'm not going to say it out loud because the players can probably hear me, but I do know there's some counter strats prepared for some certain teams. But I think we're heading into some Overwatch gameplay.
It's a little bit of Overwatch here on Ilios for our first map. You can hear the crowd chanting, ready to get things kicking off here on Ilios.
Oh, yes, starting out in Ilios, it is going to be both teams in Greece. Lovely weather in Greece.
Lovely.
Surprisingly okay weather in Glasgow, but much better in Greece. As looks like we are going to be heading into it soon. Can't see the compositions.
Yeah.
Okay, it does look like, yes, it is dive. Coming out actually from Caledonian and also the side of Strathclyde. Straffers, of course. We know that Dom loves to play the Winston. There's that Genji that we're talking about, Kariko as well. Going to be able to sustain that Dom a lot, especially with that protection Suzu, making them invulnerable for the moment as we count down into the game, and Battle for Glasgow is finally underway.
You get the Sim TPs out of spawn, both monkeys looking to charge into this fight, nice and aggressive. It's all about this first engage, who will take the initiative. As the dive comes out onto high ground, Dom looking to try claim a little bit of space there. And they still are looking to brawl things out. Jamie's the first one to find a pick. Sheep out of the fight. That's your Kiriko gun. Your sustain a little bit weaker. And you can see that really taking into effect. Dom, he's on very, very low health here as Jamie looks to try clean things up.
Yeah, when you lose your healer like that immediately, you need to back up or play fast, and they've chosen back up. That means the percentage is there for the Caledonians right now as they have control. Setting that Ash up on the high ground here is going to be very strong, but immediately coming back with the dive.
And it's a good kite as well, moving onto that back high ground. Somehow still alive as the Ana takes out Door on the Genji. That's how you deal with a dive right there. We'd love to see Anas making those plays.
Ding dong. Yeah, it's that beautiful play you love to see from your backline. And
come on!
Oh, nasty stuff. You love to see it from your support line being able to pop off. And of course, you're jumping into all these turrets of the Symmetra. This is a nasty little composition that the Chargers have for themselves. And right now, Strathclyde are struggling to find a good entry here with their dive.
Yeah, because that pick, that poke from Brazen was really able to deter and engage at all. They try dive onto high ground. We see Orion falling. So now the Ash is going to be quite alone here. Trades the life out. The Nano has been cast, but Spectreus is doing crazy stuff here on the Tracer, cleaning up 2 kills so far. The anti-nade has been applied onto Dom. They really want to use these ultimates, try keep things going. As Charge, they look to invest a lot to hold on to the point.
We heard a lot about that Dom's Winston, but Jamie right now really stepping up. Like, absolutely. That Primal Rage really saved that fight because it was very back and forth. Now, can't quite tell exactly who has ultimates right here.
We can't see the ultimates, but
yes,
that's okay.
But, there are plenty up and coming, so there's going to be a big ultimate fight upcoming. You have to really watch out for
the Kiriko. Yeah, you love to see those kills from the Kirikos very low. Doorbell somehow deterring every single dive DPS that goes their way. The res is there. That's the advantage of having the Mercy raising his back to dish out some damage, and that's an anti-nade to open things up nicely. They find Pot Noodle. The Symmetra is down. A lot of that consistent damage, but Doorbell will not disappoint. The anti-nade and the follow-up on said anti-nade has been fantastic so far. The Valkyrie has been set down and Jamie down, so you don't have your monkey in the fight anymore. And we're seeing the Primal used as well here by Strathers as they try to hold on to this point. There's a 99% to 0, and they managed to get the flip.
Finally getting the flip, 99% though, so they could have gone a little bit better for them, force use the Primal at the end, which is going to be better for Caledonian moving forward, but nice follow-up here, but again, that Dom goes down.
The turrets, they're just everywhere. You don't know where they are. They're around the corner. They use the beat as well because 99% here. They only need one fight to be able to take this first round. A fantastic sleep onto Dugnan as well from Doorbell. Cast the Nano onto Jamie here. And a pick onto Sheep. Again, Doorbell opening things up nicely. The blade's been pulled, but has been deterred fantastically.
Door pulled the blade, didn't get anything for him, and it's not looking too hot.
Yeah, Dom finds the Mercy though, so it is possibly winnable here for the side of Strathers, but the picks seem to be coming through from the Chargers. Jamie, on point, is a threat to be dealt with. Has the Primal as well for that sustain. It looks like our first round is going in favor of the Chargers.
Wow, incredible beginning there here in Battle for Glasgow. Chargers, they beat Strathclyde at their best composition. Yeah. They were looking better on dive, but can we talk about that Symmetra?
Yeah, let's talk a little about that Symmetra. Pot Noodle just placing those turrets down, deterring the dives, and when you have those turrets on the higher ground deterring the dives, and then you got Doorbell on the Ana, who just is killing the Genjis and the Tracers with no problem at all.
Yes, I mean, it's incredible stuff. I mean, like, this matchup is getting off to an amazing way. And the Winstons, I mean, Jamie is getting the better of Dom right now. I mean, Dom you start to see is coming online, but, I mean, right now, there is a bit of a better side happening.
Yeah. Going into our second round here, on Ilios Ruins, we see, again, they're looking to run the Mercy. That pocket of Brazen seems to be doing them a lot of favors.
Got a Sombra now. Can go for nice scouts, get a good hack, maybe even onto Jamie to do a counter dive.
Yeah, looking for that space there, right above, but Chargers are just, they're in the caves below. They're just kind of vibing out there on that Mega, really taking control of the map as much as they can. And that indoor nature, Pot Noodle putting down a lot of damage, deterring that push yet again. Brazen opened things up nicely on the Genji here. That's a lot of dive potential gone from the side of Strathers.
Yeah, Cassidy is a very big dive target, but also a big output of damage. Duncan equalizing, however, the tank is down.
The beam damage coming through as well is going to be eliminated there. Spectros catching Pot Noodle off guard, and it looks like it's a very scrappy fight as Chargers managed to hold him for a long time, but will throw out is Strathers.
Yes, and a lot of that was down to just finding the elimination onto Jamie nice and early there, and I do wonder if Caledonian will be swapping some of their choices here. They will have the Brigida to help in the backline now instead of that Mercy, but still, that Cassidy is such a massive target.
And the Sombra gets caught off guard early, which means that that is a pick in their favor. That Sombra, that thorn in the side of the Chargers is gone. The Sim will put down as well, and we were going to start questioning this Symmetra and the Cassidy. Not very good at assisting the dives, but it seems to be working wonders for them. Pot Noodle gets traded out, and actually it looks like the fight's turning around as Dom says, no, this is winnable, I'm going to pop my Primal. Jamie managed to find Door there on the Genji, but it looks like things are holding through here for Strathers as they look to commit the beat, but the beat didn't land.
I mean, only found two, and right now it could go either way, and you've invested your ultimates. You really need to win this right now.
Catches out Sheep with the high noon. Brazen is there. He's on the Cassidy, and he's not laying up anytime soon. 50% for the time of Strathers, but Jamie and Brazen holding things together for the Chargers.
Howdy there, cowboy. Yeah, Brazen looking nice there on the Cassidy. They can set up nice, and of course, once they set up, it's really hard to get Doorbell. We saw that on Lighthouse, and this Nano is ready. Jamie's probably going to get Nano going in. You have to watch out for the EMP of Spectros.
Yeah.
That's the win condition here for Strathers.
They're going to look for that backline, and whether or not they can deter that EMP is the question. Early dive coming through. Sheep, you are gone. Herded into death is the support on the side of Strathers. The EMP comes through, though, and even though they're down their Kiriko, they're down that sustain, they look to try and salvage this fight as they find two picks.
That's what EMP does, but the tower finds Door.
Yeah, there's Doorbell as well, cleaning things up and committing the EMP and still not getting the flip geo. That's tough.
Yeah, that is rough. Of course, that Nano engage coming through first. It was basically the early bird catches that worm. Going into this next fight, there is going to be a good rush coming out from Sheep with that blade. The Russian blade, that combo is going to be very strong. That rally really needs to come out at the perfect time for Orion to really keep Caledonian alive.
Yeah, a lot of aggression coming up here from the side of Strathers. Will they use it well, or like you say, will they be able to deter it with the rally, which is popped? Stunned is Dom. That's an opening pick on Brazen, who managed to trade their life, so it's a trade in the DPS department. A huge anti-nade, though, from Doorbell, managed to deter the dive. Orion. And that's the Genji Blade and the Casino Rush well handled with.
Wow, talk about Brigida popping off there. Yeah, say what you will about the character. That mini stun saved their Ana there, and then they just gone and got two eliminations. The support line of GCU right now is so strong, very hard to dive. Final fight, possibly Elios going the way of Caledonian in this next fight. Can they keep this up?
Eye is on Ducknan for that beat. Will it come through? Dum already falling low, and Orion yet again on this Brigitte finds the Sombra. Spectros has had such a difficult time here. They commit the beat. It's last fight territory. Overtime in the favor of the Chargers, and they have the ults to back it up. Braza casts that high noon down, catches the Genji off guard. They have the Primal Rage as well, but Dum slept up. Doorbell's done such a good job at deterring these dives time and time again, and it looks like the kill feed reads blue here as Chargers look to clean up Ilios and take our first map in their favor.
That's a strong map to take as well, Crumble. That was a very much dive differential there. And all we heard moving into this, Strathclyde, they were the dive team, right?
Yeah.
But no, right
There's
now,
the Symmetra.
GCU coming out. Here's Paul Noodle, of course, getting
The
play of the game.
Symmetra dive. You'd love to see it.
Symmetra
and
dive.
here's Paul Noodle really leading the Chargers in terms of just those final blows and that damage as well from the Sim.
Yeah, Symmetrical brewer.
Symmetra do go brewer.
Don't really know what that play of the game was, but it certainly happened.
It was damage. That's what it was.
Okay, well, now the question is, right, it's game point already, and Straffers are down. What do you do if you're Straffers? Because your strong plays were definitely that.
Oh, his doorbell. On the I mean, come on.
Oh.
Taking out that Genji.
Beautiful.
I believe getting the elimination on the Tracer here as well. just stopping, typing in chat. Looking at some nice replays here from Ilios. And Chargers, I mean, they look really, really good on the monkey composition.
They look really strong, and it's an oddball comp. Throwing that Symmetra in there is just a little bit too spicy, it seems, for the side of Strathclyde to deal with. Is it time to bring out your round specialist and basically change the narrative, bring it more into a brawl scenario and see if you have a little bit better?
Yeah, that might be what they need to really turn the tide. Obviously going into hybrid for our next map. Maybe they're going to look to play King's Row. And here's, this was a fantastic play from Jamie and Brazen on that Cassidy as well. Yeah. Just cleaning up. And that was really, I think, the fight that cemented that second round for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're starting it off strong. 2-0 there in Ilios. Not a point to be seen for Strathclyde. So Straffers, they're in a moment, they are the middle child of the universities, They're in a lot of shadow between the youngest and the oldest, There's a lot to prove for them, Obviously the middle child often gets forgotten. And we don't like hearing that about Straffers. So they really need to come up big here in their hybrid map choice and turn the tide, make it 1-1 and prove to us that they are capable of taking it to the Grizzlies.
Yeah, and that really is the question. What hybrid map are we going to be going to? I mean, I'm going to predict King's Row. I think they're going to want to play into a different style. They didn't do well in the monkey competition, so maybe they want to bring out the Ryan. Alternatively, you could maybe go, all right, we want to play something a little bit more pokier. Maybe they want to go to, I don't know, Eichenwalder. Maybe you could play into that poke a little bit. You could maybe play the Pharmacy, Echo Mercy. Definitely play into the Ash, because Brazen, I mean, you might want to contest that with some more long-range hit scan, because that's scary.
I mean, yeah, once you said that, Ash, that's what the TP did there on Lighthouse. Made a TP between both high grounds and really just made it hard to dive one because that TP was available. You could zip-zop between places, and, Monkey's only got one jump, and then it's 6 seconds of downtime. So, if you mess with that bell curve of dive, right, that hard spike of attack, then it's really difficult for the other team to get what they want out of the said dive. So I love that they've played the Symmetra and really forced another type of play.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen a little bit of Cassidy and dive. We see that here and there. Maybe they're not so comfortable on the Tracer. Maybe they want a little bit more solidity. That Cassidy, he's got good survivability. He's got the roll. He's got good damage output. Definitely more consistent than Tracer. But the Symmetra, I want to hone in on Pot Noodle on that Symmetra. Has done such a fantastic job so far on Ilios. I mean, like you said, deterring the dives, setting up the TP so that Ash can get away. That's huge. In and of itself is worthy of really having a big shout for the Symmetra. And then just so much damage. I mean, we saw they got the play of the game without any final blows, which means the damage they were doing is just insurmountable.
I mean, I wonder what else is up their sleeve, because Caledonian, that seemed targeted. that seemed premeditated. There was something in the planning for Battle for Glasgow that has taken to the next level. And you see some very strong strategizing here with the Chargers. They clearly have something else up their sleeve, preparing for whatever the next map may be.
They want to keep rolling. Gio. They want to keep going.
They have the momentum.
And they look happy. I mean, they're up, they're standing on their feet, getting the blood rushing, talking about what they are going to supply for us next. I don't know what that is.
That's a warmer, hand warmer.
Oh, hand warmer. Yeah, you don't want cold hands when you're gaming.
Yeah, you want nice, warm hands, keep the muscles loose,
Yeah.
keep the brain loose as well.
Oh, there we go, stretching. We're getting into our next match, I can already tell.
Yes. You mean, when you're down one, you still need to keep your mental in check, right? You still need to keep focused. That's fine. We move on and we set up for the next. We go next, right? That's the mentality. Go next.
Stratha's got to make sure they don't get frazzled by this. It's very easy, especially in best of 3 series, Gio. You know, it's 2 maps for that win. You lose the first map, you cannot lose hope. It's always winnable. Always.
Yes, absolutely. Always winnable. It is always winnable. And we saw lots of very clutch fights from both teams there.
Yeah.
Lots of players able to pop off at any moment, but we will finally be heading into the game shortly, and well, we will find out if the side of Strathclyde can equalize here as we head to Kings Row.
Surprise, surprise.
Yes, surprise, surprise. Well, let's talk about why Kings Row. Kings Row, you choose it for, I mean, if you know Overwatch, Kings Row is like the classic map. Rhine Zarya was the classic back in the day, you know, brethren of tanks, but now you only have 1 tank. So it still plays into Brawl. Hard corners, lots of narrow passageways, especially on point 2, opens up for more of a brawly play. And that's what you're seeing already from Strathclyde. However, it's actually that Dom on the Rhine. We have heard that Cassonstant does come in to play Rhine for them sometimes, but looks like that isn't the case here. So can Dom do a little bit better here on the Reinhardt? And on the other side of things, well, we're not changing a whole lot.
Don't fix it if it ain't broken, Gio.
Yeah, look at that. King Kong Jamie on the statue, and still got the Symmetra as well with Pot Noodle. It's going to be very hard to chase them.
They're trying to debate us.
They're caster baiting. That's caster bait.
That's caster bait. Here we go.
Wait, what?
Kings Row running the Junkrat in this what seems to be semi-brawly monkey composition.
What in the aimbot, Kevin, am I looking at? That is a Junkrat dive coming in here.
Junkrat can dive, and it's Brazen who opens things up. That Junkrat ain't going to do much. Brazen on this hit scan roll has been so consistently good. Anthony applied instantly. You have this spamminess from Doorbell and Brazen. You cannot contest it.
Yeah, I think Widow's a little bit better at long range than Junkrat. That's just a personal opinion of mine. So yeah, you really have to watch for those long sight lines when you're up against the likes of Brazen there on the Widow, setting up nicely, waiting for their end.
Oh my god, there's the backline again. Already opening things up, taking Spectros out of the fight. The DPS on the side of Strathers are really struggling right now.
They really are, and you know, they're not in the position to be spending too much time here. They really need to be setting the pace, getting into their own control of things, and I don't know what the Junkrat does.
I don't know, and again, you have Brazen dinking down the health of Dom. It's just so oppressive. What are you going to do against this Widow just peeking along like that? You got to find a strategy. You got to really question whether this Junkrat is what you want to play.
Of course, you want to set
the sim turrets.
Dom up for a dive, just going right through the turrets.
Good rotation, goes through that hotel then, managed to live on very, very low health. They're looking to take out Door of the fight yet again. That Junkrat is not having a good time, I'll tell you that.
Jimmy's got their skates on because they're skating between that shield there, shield dance, and making it look pretty, but there's still some players in the back line here.
Where is Brazen? No, what do to him? He's going for the spawn camp on the Junkrat. You love to see it. Nearly has the sites available. The big goal here, though, Gio, is that Casino Rush, of course.
What do you even think if you're the Grizzlies right now when you're watching this?
You know, this is my competition. Junkrat dive, really. Nano applied onto Orion. We love to see the Brigitas get those nanos. No picks for that, but I mean, the pressure is definitely on here. As again, we're seeing the Junkrat just alone in that main checkpoint. Gets taken out again. The man's on 60% ult charge in, 2.5 minutes, Gio. That's ridiculous.
Poor Dor.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Dor. But also, yeah, swapping now is probably the best choice. But you spent a long time there on Junkrat. Now there's only about 90 seconds left. And you don't have a lot of time to build that Genji ultimate up. You're coming up to Pulse Bomb, throw that out nice and early, but you're going into primal range of Jamie, who that we've seen time and time again, will go deep onto your backline, mess things up, and just set the pace for Caledonian.
Yeah, already seeing the dive come out to the high ground. And again, they're using those scimitars to be able to kite back, be able to have Brazen in a nice open area where they can see, have those good sights. Recall already forced as well, Jamie, like you said, coming out with that Primal Rage, but Dom has one of their own, trying to split off Pot Noodle, but the sustain from the side of the Chargers is so good. They try to put the beat down, and we've seen this before. Sheep falls in the fight, and they have to try use that beat to keep the fight going. Dom is going deep in the back line. You forgot about the monkey in the back. There he is, Winton gameplay, but again, that sustain from Chargers is just so damn good.
Ryan is a whip shot everyone back to spot. I mean, that support line is a sturdy duo for Caledonian, and they're looking to possibly full hold here. Really, in terms of ultimates, right, to win this next fight, there's going to be a nano for the defense, possibly a wall, but you're not at that blade yet. You're not quite at that Kutsunu rush. You really need to build those 2 key ultimates.
Need to get a clean dive, and Doorbell somehow still alive, 49 HP in a dream. There's Dugnan on that Lucio. Finally, the backline is thwarted. Brazen is still alive, though. On that Widow, you got to deal with that long sideline.
Oh my God!
In the fight, you have no supports, but you got Brazen. Dom is cleaning things up here, and they're using the wall here, Joe. They think it's winnable. Strathers, though, they managed to come out on top of Brazen. Oh my god, stop playing with my heart. I'm going to have a heart attack.
Duncan stepped up to the team there. Stepped up to the play and said, no, we're not getting full held on King's Row. We're going to further rounds. Outstanding from the Lucio to go nice and deep and aggressive. Really set things up for them there. Now they can have time to get that blade, get that rush. That ult rotation is now looking much nicer for the side of Strathclyde, where Caledonian, they don't have a lot coming up.
They used a lot in that last fight. They used the rally, they used the nano and the symbol, all in an effort to try hold that first point hold. Fight the back line. That's a way to start off a fight. The follow-up is there too. You have no sustain, and it's going to show in this as Strathis. They are really rolling now.
Wow, that is how you open a fight with a double pulse bomb. Now things are really rolling here on point 2.
A little smiley face in the chat as well.
Yeah, you love to see it. And they still have the blade, they still have that rush, and there's no support ultimates on the defense to basically stop those ultimates from getting value. You don't even need to combo those ultimates. You could go in even deep with a primal and then set up for a nice rush.
Yeah, looking for that blade now is Door. They cast the Russian blade, here it comes out. Antinate sticked onto them, still managed to find Orion through it. There's the backline going again. Spectres and Door, they're really serving what the backline deserve. They've been deterred many times before, Joe, but not anymore.
There we go, rising from their beds. They've woken up here for the Battle for Glasgow just in time. Hey, hello, welcome to King's Row. And they still have this beautiful rotation of ultimates. They have this pulse bomb upcoming, and they still have this Primal Rage.
Yeah, they do have a lot to serve. They have a lot of defensive capabilities. You know, they have that beat as well to try and deter things. And again, we see the break getting taken out. Ponodo gets the trade, though, so that Sim might be able to really win this fight for them. And there's Jamie as well with that Primal Rage. Finds 2. They use the Sim as well. Don't know if they needed that, but, I mean, hey, they wanted to win the fight, and they did. 30 seconds and counting, Jill, and it's going to be a scrappy one in this last fight.
King Kong, Jamie at it again, a Primal Rage to really reset things there. And now, final fight territory, yet again. 20 seconds remaining, folks. That's one more fight here. And the attacking team used all their arsenal. And they're up against 2 ultimates. And even that rally, this is going to be tough to win for the attacking team.
Yeah, but there's Brazen. Don't stand in a choke, Sheep. What are you doing? You can't let them have any sight lines. And they get a pick without using a single ultimate, Geo. There's an Antinade onto the Genji as well, who's going to get swiftly taken out by a Sim turret. Yeah, Brazen, he's standing there on point. He's got the high noon, the rally for good measure. And on the back of their DPS, it looks like Charge is stopping them before the second checkpoint.
Oh boy.
That's some Overwatch.
That's some Overwatch gaming right there. You love to see finding an early pick before the final fight, taking out the Kuriko, the main source of healing. That's exactly what you want to see your DPS be doing here. Here's some replays of Brazen shots
on the Widow.
Oh, doesn't quite get it. Well, imagine that hit.
Yeah, it would have hit. Oh yeah, the back line of Charges is just showing us so many good plays. Yeah, this is where they had no. Their Spectrios having the double pulse bomb though. I mean, great stuff from both sides in terms of DPS. They really came up big here with the Genji and the Tracer.
Now Straffers are up against the wall, right? Yeah. They really need to come up big. And what I want to see from Straffers is whatever happened in the comms, whatever happened in the heart of the players at the end of that first point when they woke up and started just taking control. I want to see that more.
Yeah.
If they play like that for the defense, for the whole defense, then they might be able to hold it at first point. They might even be able to hold if they get past first point into second. But I mean, I'm not going to really
wonder
communicate.
if this is class debate.
This must be carried. You're not coming out in Life Weaver.
I mean, hey, you might. Who
If
knows?
If they come out in Life Weaver, then I truly don't know.
I respect it.
What
I
Overwatch
respect
is
it.
anymore.
Doorbell, you can hear me. Play the Life Weaver.
They're not changing.
They're not changing.
Wait, hold on.
No.
They're
Wait a
coming out in
second.
the Life
God.
Weaver. No, they're not going to
This
pedal
is
up
not
the
real.
Bastion.
Oh, God.
What's happening here?
This might dismantle Strathers. This is not what you want. You don't want a wacky little composition coming through to really, really shock you. And that Bastion's got a lot of burst damage to tickle down the health of the Reinhardt as they stand on the side ground. Not a lot of healing, so if they can have Door get some good poke, they should be alright.
Can't believe Doorbell's on the Life Weaver. That is just... That's nasty.
That's what you get, though.
You do, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, now your
there's
Bastion's in
Bastion.
a good place.
Watch out for the Bastion. Duckman somehow lives against Brazen on the Bastion, though. That's impressive stuff from Brigitte. We've talked plenty about Orion, but there's another Brigitte in town, and Doorbell, you've got to question that Life Weaver now.
Yeah, nicely held in there from the defense.
They got a tick, though.
No, they let them get that tick because they
Okay.
needed to. They couldn't force up against the Bastion, then
Yep.
they dive in against it. Now Brazen swapped off, and Doorbell.
Yeah.
Shocker here, Crumble.
Shock and horror.
Swapping off the Life Weaver.
Believe it.
Back to the Ana. This is more of what we've seen from them. Now you really need to be careful. If Brazen gets even a single shot there, then that can really just change the impact of the fight.
Yeah, and that is going to be Potnell opening things up again. And
Oh
they
my.
switch to the composition that they mean business on, and then it's just a clean sweep. I mean, look at this. They use the Symmetra so well to be able to TP forward and just clean up kills. And it looks like that's all she wrote for first point already.
Yeah, those dives, they're falling flat because you're diving into such a sturdy counter dive.
Yeah.
That's what Caledonian have so perfectly down. They're not trading backlines. They're saying, we want our backline, we're going to keep our backline and take your monkey off the board. And that's been happening consistently. Now they have 4 minutes 50 in the time bank Crumble. They don't even need to take it all the way to the end of the streets phase. Spectrios though, looking to maybe outdo himself here with another double pulse bomb. That would be incredible. Exactly what the team needs.
Yeah, deters them holding that corner. Now on the Remartra is Dom. Is going to be doing a bit of a better job, when that dive does ensue, and we already see that come into fruition. Potnoodle taken out nice and early. That Sim Beam a little bit less annoying. That's a lot of damage to have put forth, but they're still sustaining. They're still pushing that car.
Yeah, still pushing the car, No love lost, really. That Dom, though, needs to be careful when a Nemesis form is down.
Jamie's so close to the Primal, they need to try it, keep them up. Nemesis form cast down, walking through. The sleep has been used, and you can no longer try sleep up this Nemesis form. With Doorbell out of the fight, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Nano wants the Ash as well while casting that buff. The defense really wanting to try hold things together. Jamie does find a pick with that Primal Rage, and if they can keep him alive, they might be able to do something, but no, it looks like that Brawley composition, Shock and Horror on King's Row, is going to come out top.
Yeah, well, if Jamie's King Kong, then that Dom certainly, all those Spitfires that took King Kong down.
Yeah.
Spoilers for the movie that's been out for centuries at this point. Yeah, Dom on the Ramatra basically means that if you dive that front line or even the back line, that Ramatra can just go in there and basically pummel you away.
Yeah, Spectre's playing with fire there. You just don't want to really take that duel against Brasner, who uses the sights as well. And again, Sim, I don't know how it works in here, but they're keeping it going. They're using the beat for it, and Annihilation has put down onto the field. It's a lot of damage, but gets slept up, and that Sim Beam is looking to be even more damage than the Annihilation, but the follow-up of that Annihilation damage is there from Spectrios as they take out Jamie.
I mean, more so, it's the damage reduction of the block there really kept himself alive against a level 3 Beam Symmetra. That's what we call the microwave. And it certainly goes bruh. And that's what the opponents usually say. But yeah, Dom holding in strong. Spectro's probably on a flank right now, looking for a good pulse bomb.
Held it for a while, I think.
Yeah, well,
held it for a while.
Needs to be using it.
Oh, there it goes onto Doorbell. The Suzu Orion now on that Kiriko. Wow, that pick really came in clutch there. Really helped deter that pulse bomb a little bit. We have the Symbol cast down onto the field there by Potnoodle. Dom is antenated up and taking a lot of damage, trying to use the block, but the sleep, the microwave is just a little bit too much for them as they're looking to try sustain as best they can.
So
Potnoodle opening things up. There's Spectros down.
Right there.
There is your stall there, and Sheep gone too. I mean, you're losing a lot of picks here, and it looks like Charge are going through. There's Dom. He finds 2. He gets slept up at the rally there now, put down onto the field. The Stone and Tugnan and Dom both hold things through. It's just Jamie on point. They have the primal. Doesn't look like they're going to pop it, and that is some hero play there. From the side of Strappers.
You're proud of yourself for that. Even if this map doesn't go your way, that was an outstanding way to hold in. That's exactly what you want to see in a tournament match like this. Now Dom has the Annihilation. You're coming up to Door's Bob, and that can really stall the point, especially when it's at that last moment, and you don't want to be touching as of yet. We've also got the Nano coming up, whereas the other side, they've only got this Primal Rage, right? You're pretty much looking at what could be an overtime fight here, eventually, here on the streets of Kings Row.
If Strathers do what they've done well in the past so far on this map and rotate their ults well, they might be able to do something, but there's the Primal Rage cast at the back. Doors alone, and Jamie's got their monkey arms swinging back and forth and looking to find another. Primal Rage just get worn out there as the Antinate opens things up, and Dom, there's the Nano and the Annihilation. Brad's on that high ground, you got to deal with the Custody. Hello. What's he doing up there?
He's hitting shots, that's what he's doing.
Come on. Deal with the castle. Oh, wow. That's 3 in this fight so far. Brazen might have just turned things around, and this series might be at its door.
The good, the bad, and the ugly. Certainly coming up the good right now. Jamie getting that Dom down. Now it's panic mode for the defense. They need to be touching very quickly here, and if they get caught out, it's all over for them.
Brazen gets taken out, but they have no ult Strathers. They are really on thin ice here. Orin has this Kasune Rush, and they nearly have the Nano Boost as well. The support ultimates are what Charge have to try and say, no, this is our series. Thank you very much. Sheep gets taken out, Spectrios too. And it looks like it's all she wrote. Dom does come back, find a trade, but a trade isn't going to do you any good here on Kings Row, which looks like, as the Nano Boost is applied onto Jamie in the last second of the series, goes in the favor of the Chargers.
Wow. Outstanding map there at the end. You saw really the heart of Straffers, but ultimately, it's the Chargers. They're coming in looking strong, Grumble. They're looking really good. Great. And with their own compositions as well, that Symmetra. Now that's the sort of spice I love to see. Here's a little play of the game of King Kong Jamie here, and man, that's why we call him King Kong. I mean, he's just getting these picks left, right, and center, and up against a player like Dom, right, who is a very, very strong, well-known Winston. Now up against Jamie, I mean, I don't know. Jamie's earned a lot of street cred already.
That's a lot of street cred, for sure. And again, partnered on the Symmetra, it worked the entire series. I don't know how. And also, I think it goes without saying, Brazen on that Cassidy in that last fight did so well. And obviously, a round of applause for the players for that match. And Strathers, they've got a lot to really prove here in our next match.
Yeah, absolutely they do. I mean, obviously Straffers are up next, right? And then they're facing the Grizzlies now. And I mean, that doesn't sound great, right?
There's the handshakes.
There's the handshakes because you love the sportsmanship. Now you're against the Grizzlies, right? And the Grizzlies are your number 1 team in terms of predictions.
Yeah.
But if they do well against the Grizzlies, that opens things up for the final match, right?
That's where things get saucy.
That's where things get real saucy.
Yeah, real saucy.
I mean, we could be looking at Caledonian taking Overwatch and starting this weekend out with a point in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they look really, really strong. They look really, really strong so far. So, I mean, I think we're in for definitely a great couple of matches served to us here for Overwatch.
Yeah, and we will get to those matches right after a short break as we get the team set up. Don't go anywhere, folks.
I need a break for my ears.
It's only one step till we're finally free. I'm ready for you if you're ready for me. Yeah. Are you ready to breathe? Are you ready? It's only one step till we're finally free. I'm ready for you if you're ready for me. Are you ready to breathe? Are you ready?
I was sure that it'll be easier to clear you from my mind. Struggle with dusty corners till we're filled with fatal bombs. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Situation got upset when I stepped on a memory thorn. I did it to myself. Let out heavy, had to break free from the minefield that you are. Bomb, bomb, bomb. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. It'd be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. Ooh. It'd be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. You're reflecting, I'm deflecting, burning tires to move on. Too many noises, clash the choices, future came and left like ghosts. No more messing, no caressing, heavy pending on the walls. How I did it to myself, craving out, practice last sleeping on my bed is cold inside. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. It'd be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. I wish you fall off from the window, take a bad trip to the ground. Ooh. It'd be my pleasure, see your pressure just before you break a bone. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance.
It's heavy. Yeah, I gotta keep it trendy on my soul. I'm the most selfish person that I know. Here we go, down the rabbit hole. Got a couple carrots round my neck. Self-respect, when you out of line, you put yourself in check. They don't hear me, they don't hear me though. Cycles going round and round and round like a merry-go. Stand for truth, or fall for any old scenario. That's why I keep my circle smaller than a Cheerio. Cause it's the company you keep. Stay woke, please don't get caught sleep. End up sowing what you reap. Know your worth, and don't sell cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, it's about where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect timing, check your watch. And I know who I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
held you in denial. Shouldn't have let receipts, now I got you on fire. Shit might get released when you walk down the aisle. Expose who you are beneath that fake ass smile. A couple songs about you when I told the truth through and through. Never name drop, you guilty if you assume it's you. From laying under covers to staying under your skin. I know exactly what it was, fuck what it is. Stay thinking out loud and think about how the vibe changed quicker than 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt bad for whatever I said, but whatever's dead, I hope I see you never again. Could've been me in the suit, but you had your cake and you eating it too. Fuck, you never thought you'd go back on your word. Broken promises set me back down to earth. Black down on the curb, guess time heals all, accept this. Cut deep enough to leave me infected. I fell victim to a hoe's intentions. Cause of you I can't make a connection, everybody in question. You always look good when shit was looking bad. Looking back, it had me trusting somebody I probably shouldn't have. PTSD from falling and hitting rock bottom with nothing there to cushion that. Last time you reached out, I ain't read the message. Leave it to karma to respond when you least expect it. Everything I said, I felt the need to mention. When facts seem offensive, it's hard to ease attention. I'm just thinking out loud and think about how the vibe changed quicker than 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt bad for whatever I said, but whatever's dead, I hope I see you never again. Could've been me in the suit, but you had your cake and you eating it too. Fuck, you never thought you'd go back on your word. Broken promises set me back down to earth. Black down on the curb, guess time heals all, accept this. Cut deep enough to leave me infected. I fell victim to a hoe's intentions. Cause of you I can't make a connection, everybody in question.
talk one time. Whoa. Whoa. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but the shit's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Ain't damn near still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds, told them I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life. it's about time I done showed them how it works out. Seen them in the shit, but now they all worse off. I ain't in a race if I ain't coming first out. Took them step back if they ain't in the game now. It was moving slow, so I had to find a pace now. All they trying to talk, not the time or the place now. Coming for the pot, and I got a pocket ace now. Ooh. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but the shit's still wet. Splash.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Yeah. Yeah. You must be blinded by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change, keep the change. They hate and say we went and changed. I say the same. You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights, lights. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh. We put the heads up in the lines, now we high, high, high. Kaleidoscope of colors beaming from our eyes, eyes. Would've thought was LSD, LSD. Can't lose my mind like Kennedy, Kennedy. You see us cooking recipes, recipes. You hit the top, all you left with is the memories. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, go hard to have it is your purpose. We had some faith, then who gon' hurt this? I naughty night, you lullaby. I'm doing me, it's do or die. You must be blinded by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change. Keep the change. They hate and say we went and changed. Why stay the same? You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights, lights.
Wait, can you hear that? Is that the boss music playing?
I think so.
I think boss music is playing because
Yeah.
the Grizzlies are playing next, and they have been the front runners for this weekend. That's all I've heard about the Grizzlies. They're the ones to beat. That's the people that like they have the crown, and that means the target is on them. So I do know that both Strathclyde and Caledonia have been preparing specifically for Grizzlies. So it's not impossible, Crumble, to predict a possible upset here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Strath has showed us a lot of competence. You know, that they, specifically on Kings Row, you know, we got to talk about that Genji, that Tracer that really helped kind of push them forward a little bit in Kings Row. It didn't really, help them win the series overall, but we saw some definitely hero plays from that team.
Oh, some
Look,
vibing.
they're vibing.
Oh, yeah.
They're not worried about the previous loss at all. They're ready for it.
Yeah, the Straffers, they're vibing, they're ready. I mean, sure, they may have taken a loss in the last match, but you cannot tell it by the mentality. Looking at their faces, they're focused, their vibes are good, and that's what you need going in against, the top team.
Look at
the
Riz.
The white skin stare. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Woo. Oh, my.
Make me flustered.
Yeah, can we get a fan at the caster desk, please?
Jeez Louise. Who are these handsome men?
Whoa.
Wow.
Lots of fan support as well.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, again, they are the team to beat. They are a strong team. Look at that.
Big old smile there.
Big old smile. The Bears of Glasgow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Baring their teeth.
Goats, though, I'd say. So, yeah, bring in the animal kingdom as the goats.
They are the goats, but there will be no goats today. That's a little bit of Overwatch history for you.
Maybe Jotes, though. Maybe a bit of Junk Queen.
We've talked about, we've not seen the Junker Queen as of yet. We've seen Lifeweaver, but we haven't seen Junker Queen.
That's kind of a bit weird.
Yeah, we're in Bizarro land. As the battle for Glasgow continues, right, there is a lot on the line. Are we starting with
We're starting
King's
on
Row? I
King's
think
Row.
that's a mistake. I'm
think
not
it is.
sure.
We'll find out. I think we are supposed to be starting on.
If things are continuing, then who am I to say no? I do like a bit.
I like a big
King's Row.
Yeah, definitely not when there's Lifeweaver involved. I will admit, bit goofiness coming out there from Charge before. I respect it though.
As Spectrio said in the chat, was a little rude to bring out the Lifeweaver, but you know what? They forced them to swap, so that's the main thing.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
See, some keyboards brought in from home. Look at that. Nice custom
Of course,
build
you
there.
want to be comfortable, right? You want to know if you have your own gear and your own way of playing, then that's important because you need to be comfortable. And when you're comfortable, right, you're spry, you're on your feet, you're ready to go.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Moving, grooving,
groovy.
Yeah. Music to my ears, really. Look at that. gaming.
So yeah, the Strafford's players there checking out their WASD keys.
Their WASD keys.
Yes. Yeah. Their mouses, you know.
They have a lot to prove. They have a lot to prove here. I mean, they did show us, like we said before, they showed us some great things on, especially King's Row. But now, moving on to our next map, like we've said, time and time again, Grizzlies cracking the knuckles, ready to deliver a meat sandwich, punch sandwich to Strathers, if they so please. Something goofy is afoot. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Bo's having a little bit of a goof, but we'll get into it soon. We'll get into the game soon. I mean, yes, if you're the Straffers, you have a very tough game ahead of you, but maybe that rust is off, right?
This is getting tons of cheers. Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Got
okay.
I mean,
wow.
Look at the guy.
There we go. Hi, Mum.
I'm famous.
Famous, yeah. Crowd definitely in support there, and University of Glasgow, right? They are the front runners. We heard some boos when they were being introduced.
We did hear some boos. They're kind of the bad guys in a way.
Well, I wouldn't call them the bad guys.
I think it's a good thing. They're the ominous big bad.
They're the bad guys.
They're the
bad guys.
They got the shades. They got the suits. They got their rolling. I mean, we've got the suits, but
yes,
metaphorically speaking,
they're the big boss of this weekend, right? I mean, last year they won 8-2-2, right? That's not very close, though.
No,
yeah,
that's not. I mean, in total, the other two teams had combined half of the wins that they did. So yeah, like you say, not very close at all.
Yeah. So you're expecting this Red Bull fueled gamer fest to continue, and you're betting man says Grizzlies, right? But I think now there's a little bit of weight off the shoulders of Straffers, and maybe they're just going to come in swinging to the fences. And like I've said,
the nods, they are in agreement.
It's very likely that they have something up their sleeve specifically for the Grizzlies that might put them off balance.
Yeah, fighting.
It's
a duel. Yeah, in our first round.
Does that mean they're in the game?
They're in the game. We're jumping straight to it. Lee Jang Tower, and we're seeing our first bit of junk coin here. Dom on that hero up against that classic Ryan that we like to see. Hack coming pretty quickly onto Golden Beam there. He's going to be pressured out quite a lot, has to back off, and it's good sustain here from the Ryan, but are they going to be able to get the picks?
Yes, and Spectral's finding an early pick there. Glasgow are being pushed back, and already Straffers have a bit of an advantage right now, Crumble, as they're taking that point. You have to deal with the pesky Death Ray in the back, however, with that Tracer looking to take out the back line and destabilize who now has control. It's Straffers.
Yeah, percentage ticking up here for the underdog team. Strathers really using the Sombra so far to do quite a lot of damage. That's already the Junkrat taken out. And they have a Junkrat of their own, which is quite an interesting composition from them here. But they find the early picks and they trade out for Dom, so possibly a re-engage here from the Grizzlies.
Yeah, you have a very traditional comp right now, which is that Jode-based composition, and look at that. The Grizzlies, they're struggling. They're on the back foot. Straffers are really stepping up to the plate here against the front runners in Glasgow. They're struggling. They're the eldest sibling of the three. They're the ones with the most wisdom, the most to lose, and right now they're suffering.
Yeah, and that Junkrat, I mean, we're on Lee Jang Control Center, of course, and that Junkrat is going to be a pick that really serves them well. But, with that Ryan, you'd think it does better, but Spectrals and Door are doing such good things for the side of Straffers so far, and they're closing in on that EMP.
Yeah, and that EMP is, of course, going to be a massive opportunity for a fight win here, as they're looking to set up for a possibly even start with just a tire to see if they could take this to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, look at that ult bank from both sides, really. Key ultimates here. There's a stain, but that's Sheep early, taken out. The Kiriko differential has been set. The beat is being used here, though, by the side of Strathers. They want to keep this fight going. They need to commit more if they really want to win this. But it looks like they might be not winning out. Duncan does fall, and so does Door, and the kill feed is starting to read blue as finally the Grizzlies manage to take Control Center in their own hands.
Yeah, slow beginnings here against the warmed-up Straffers, but finally the Grizzlies finding their place, although that EMP is still there. And if they're able to win this next fight, they can take it to overtime, and it'll be a very good position here. I want to see a nice, good, quick engage here from the attacking side of Straffers.
Yeah, and there's the Tracer in the back. Nano has been cast there, and the charge finds Sheep. They use the tire there as well. They want to take this fight early, and there's Tad Knight. They are on the Junkrat, and they are no joke as they clean things up here. And it's a reset here for Strathers.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Unfortunate.
Oh, you got memed on by the trap.
Yeah, you can see it.
Well, that's what you want to see, right? Big charge in with that Nano, but of course that EMP still ready for Spectral is probably going to come in this fight.
Yeah, both Kasuna Rush put down onto the field. Here comes the EMP, and it finds 4! Spectros has done such a good job on this Sombra, and they do not disappoint when casting down the EMP. The follow-up has struggled a little bit, but bit by bit we see the Grizzlies. They fall. Their claws are no longer sharp here on Lijiang Control Center.
Yeah, and here in the lecture here, so you heard the big Grizzly voice, 3, 2, 1, call.
Oh, that's free! He's found 2! If they can go in quick here, Gio, they have a really good shot in this last fight territory.
They really do, and she put it plainly, that was dirty. Final fight here, bit of a panic. They're on the ball right now, but there's opportunities available.
Yeah, and the ultimate from both sides is pretty scarce, so it's going to be no ultimates really coming up in this fight. It's a dry and it's a rough and a scrappy fight as Deathray opens things up on this Tracer. They found 2 picks in the fight before, and they're not going to let out when it comes to the pressure. They're burnt down. B comes out from Duncan. They're looking to sustain this fight as best they can. The ball struggling to find follow-up, but Dom is not. They find that first pick, and they manage to even things out into a 4v4 situation, and you can see by the health bars in that top left corner, the damage is really coming through. Like you say, Rampage here, it finds 3, the anti-nades effect, it wears down the Grizzlies as bit by bit they fall on Control Center. And here's the upset we all didn't think was coming. Strathers showing us the gold.
There's that middle child getting right out of that shadow, not being forgotten, and taking to the Grizzlies. They're already doing better than they were against the Caledonians.
Yeah.
And what does that mean for this fight? Does this mean that the Caledonians are going to sweep Glasgow? I don't know, but look at this replay here when Dom hit that Rampage. That's what they needed, and that just completely ended things for them. Glasgow, however, they need to get together. The Grizzlies need to bare their claws. And here, they're coming out with a Ramattra to try and deal with the Junker Queen. And perhaps that means they don't have a Junker Queen in their arsenal, and they might struggle against what is hard meta right now.
Yeah. A play to watch for, I think, here, Gio, is Deathray on that Tracer.
Oh, yeah.
Carried some fights there for the Grizzlies. And hopefully will be their saving grace in this round. Hack already coming out onto Tad Knight, and that follow-up is there. Gets taken out within an instant, and the Genji seems to be working in their favor. Deathray, like I said though, is there on that Tracer, applying consistent pressure, and 2 picks have been claimed by them. As it looks like the fight is going blue as Grizzlies look to use this Ramattra composition to get that first fight win.
Yeah, and the longer it goes on, the more you're being pelted by the likes of Deathray, dealing so much damage on this side. I mean, it ain't clean, it's dirty, it's brawly, but that's what you expect from these compositions. And, well, going to be a little bit closer to that ultimate annihilation coming up before the Rampage. It's Deathray, however, who's already near that pulse bomb. Fraser
open things up nicely, taking out Dugnan. That's your Lucio gone, so a little bit less mobility for the side of Strathers.
Yeah, and backing them up a little bit there. Spectral slow. Isn't quite getting that EMP as fast as they want, as Deathray's already got the pulse bomb ready. Hack at the back to Fraser.
Seen big things from them on the Tracer so far. Dive coming out.
Ooh, Fraser goes down.
Oh wow, that's a nice opening pick there from Spectrios, but Deathray is there, has the pulse bomb, finds Sheep with it. Picks coming back and forth, but the front line from the side. Okay, Deathray.
Hello?
Tactical reset possibly. I'm not sure what that was. They're looking to try and keep this fight going though. They're not letting that cast them down here. They're close to that Kasuni Rush, but yeah, I mean, Spectrios on this Sombra has done a fantastic job so far.
Deathray is so good that only they can eliminate themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what happened there. Okay, now that they have control here, look at their ult bank. They have pretty much all 5. They are in a very great position to rotate all of these ultimates all the way to 99%. And that's going to be very tough for the side of Glasgow to be going into. You're expecting an EMP to come out or possibly the Rampage first.
All eyes are on Leica. The EMP comes out and the anti-nade to follow up. That's what you want to see from your Sombra. And that is one of the quickest 5-mans we've seen so far, Gio. That's dominance.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a death toll for the future. They used 3 ultimates. I mean, yeah, it was a fast fight, but that's good for Glasgow. Now there's only 2 ultimates on the side of the defending side now, and that evens things up, especially with this nano boost coming up from Fraser and the other support ultimate of that rush.
Eyes are on Duckman to really service a good beat. They say, we don't care we've used our ultimates, Gio. We're going to go in even harder, even more aggressive.
Wow.
The beat blade is used very, very well. And Fraser actually does pop the nano onto Golden Beam there, which I guess is an ultimate lost.
That were, oh my lord, on the Genji, looking so good, looking so strong. And I mean, the point that kind of get moved over there, changed hands a little bit, but now we're back in control, right? So they don't have any ultimates now, and they're up against 4 coming in from the side of Glasgow. Golden Beam can come in with Annihilation. Most likely, though, they're going to look to open up with Death Ray, the Pulse Bomb, and see if they can get some nice openings here and use as few ultimates as possible.
Sin Rush to open. Fraser already hacked, though, in the back. You've got to watch out for that Sombra. It's a pesky flanker. They're looking to move on to point. Dom has been anti-naded up. Here's the Annihilation. Golden Beam really taking control of the point. They are so scared to walk in. The flip comes through, and Death Ray, Tab Knight, the DPS doing God's work.
Yeah, now it's 30% remaining here. Control for the Grizzlies, and they're looking to take this to 99%, possibly to overtime, but they do have this Pulse Bomb. Death Ray is the one to look out for here. They can really muck up the attack here of Straffers, who are really hoping to get this EMP or the Rampage.
You don't need the Pulse Bomb, Gio, because he killed the Genji right away, and we're really eyes on Spectros to try and charge up this EMP very quickly.
You see them there in the backline trying to open it up. Big sleep onto Dom, 99%.
Yeah, and you don't have your tank for this last fight territory. You have Dugnan, though, opens things up, takes out Leica. Will that be the pick that manages to get them through? Dugnan on this Genji gets taken out, but the follow-up has been found. Solo is Tab Knight, gets taken out. It's Dara against the world, just a Ramattra on point. The tank has a lot of health that you've got to click down. Golden Beam is there. Lord. It's a 1v1 situation, but now the tank is back. Dom manages to save them in those last moments. The flip comes through, and this is an intense last fight.
Oh, it's intense. They're fighting, they're brawling. They want it so bad, and they're going to have this EMP for the side of Straffers as Spectros gets back. You're going to hear that mighty 3-2-1 that we've heard time and time again, as it's a 91% in control.
They're not scared of them knowing when they're using the EMP, Joe. They are confident in their ability to land it. Here it comes. Gets cast down. That's 3. No nano boost available in this large fight. Golden Beam is the key to it all here. Has the Annihilation. Can that be the saving grace for the side of the Grizzlies? And it might just be. Death Ray is there. It's back and forth, Gio. The blade has been taken out of the fight. Fraser is coming back with a nano boost. If they can get back and apply that onto Golden Beam, they might be able to save it.
Duncan might get the beat here, and if they can, they'll sustain the team a lot here.
Yeah, flip comes through onto the side of the Grizzlies. Can they keep it? Can they hold down the 4? Both Kirikos are gone. The beat comes through, and there's the blade. Dwarf finds the Ana. The cleanup is good here from the side of Strathers. That's 2 for the blade. Holding things together. It's so skirmishy here, Gio, as the Death Ray Pulse Bomb doesn't manage to find anything. That's 3 on point there. All but a Tracer for the side of the Grizzlies.
Trying to hold in.
There's the Kiriko coming in, but hacked up. They managed to get more point. And there's the upset. Strathers, they win our first map here on Lijiang.
What on earth does this mean? The Strathers have just taken a map from Glasgow, which they failed to do to Caledonian. The bigger they are, it seems the harder that they fall.
Yeah, and here it was good stuff. I mean, we saw some really hero plays. That last fight was so damn intense. The contests coming through. We see Dom come back on the ball, really trying to help sustain that fight. And fantastic stuff from both teams in our first map that does go to Strathers, and you got to feel good about that. You really, really do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you feel very good about that.
Indeed.
I mean, taking a map from the front runners, yes, sure, you didn't win your map against Caledonian, right? But if you can take this, if you can 2-0 the Grizzlies,
oh boy,
you upset all predictions. You unkilter the entire outset of this weekend. I mean, if Overwatch starts as, dare I say it, each team getting a win, that just shows how close and how potentially anyone can pop off in any of these teams and change the tide of the entire weekend.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 3-map series on our hands here, Gio, for our second match. I would not be shocked. We saw fantastic things from both teams, and it was extremely close. Grizzlies, they did a fantastic job. I think the Ramatra comp did work very nicely for them. Yeah. It is nice to have that kind of ult rotation that lends very nicely. You just have that nano annihilation, and that's what you're going to rely on. It's kind of like a nanoblade. You have that constant wave of ult rotation. And, coming on to our next map, they're possibly going to want to look at something a little bit more brawly to help them play the Ramatra.
Someone who's really stepped up a lot, and we saw them on the Tracer Spectrios. You can hear it if you're in here. If you're part of the audience, you hear that 3-2-1, and that hails doom. That hails the doom of the Grizzlies as they just falter to that EMP. And, the team coordination here. We got a lot of information about Glasgow and how they're very coordinated, and we are seeing that, right?
Yeah.
But Straffers, they're taking it to them to a level we haven't seen before. And this could be a situation where maybe they over-prepared for the Grizzlies and maybe didn't see Caledonian enough as a threat.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what happened there, but if they can beat Glasgow here, it upsets everything.
Yeah, that's where a betting man loses his money, for sure. Because, like you say, Strathers, they seem to deal with the Grizzlies at every turn. And I want to say, again, Spectrios on that damn Sombra. So good. And I just love the confidence of having that EMP. You go 3, 2, 1, you just shout it as loud as you can. Let them know that it's coming, and still every time it does just as much damage.
Yeah, the booming voice of the EMP, the impending doom. The Strathers special, that one is.
Strathers special.
Yeah.
From Spectrios, all S's.
Yes.
Bit of sibilance.
Yeah. They must be doing computer science or something to be such a good hacker, Such a good hacker.
Yeah.
What to expect, right? Because it was closer there when it was kind of brawl v brawl with the Ramatra. So maybe the Grizzlies are thinking, okay, let's start out with the Ramatra. Let's not try the Reinhardt. The Reinhardt really wasn't working at all.
Yeah.
Was really struggling against the Junker Queen and just the output of damage that was coming up. Getting constantly hacked, right?
Yeah.
It's so hard. You're dealing with so many angles. So King's Row, of course, is on the cards, but you have to expect if you're the Grizzlies, you're walking into the Junker Queen.
Yeah, and I think, when we talk about the tanks here, Golden Beam, especially when we look at Legion Control Center, Spectros was hacking them on cooldown. They never really had their shield available, whether that was from the junk spam or being hacked. So a lot of the time, their team was left completely vulnerable to a lot of the spam coming in, and that's not what you want, because you're right, you're that big, meaty German man with the big shield, the big armor. You want to be able to absorb some of that incoming damage, but they just weren't able to.
What I would love to see from Grizzlies is maybe an adaptation to really kind of follow up with Death Ray. Because Death Ray is getting a lot of people to low health, getting a lot of people into a position where they're almost down. If there was just a little bit more follow-up there, then you can really collapse on them. So then you're thinking, do we go dive? Now, we did say Strathclyde, they like their dive, but they were being on dive by Caledonian, right?
Yeah, they were being. And, I do think that might be the best course of action. You go somewhere divey, you trust that Death Ray is going to do incredibly well on the Tracer, which we saw they did so far in the series, on Li Jiang. So I think you really run with that, like you say, and hopefully the Winston is in the hero pool. If not, that might strike a bit of a chord and maybe shows a bit of impending doom for the Grizzlies.
Yeah. Could it be that Glasgow maybe saw Strafford's loss and they were like, oh, that's easy. Easy first match.
Easy.
Because if that, pure speculation, but if they did, it's hurt them bad here.
Yeah, you might look at that match and it's a pretty clean 2-0, and I think Charge having played a little bit with the a bit trolling with the Bastion and the Lifeweaver, you think okay, well they're being a bit goofy. Strathers, they're not in a good spot right now, but then we come into this series and they really show us that they can do everything they want to. By the cheers of the teams, it looks like we might be going into our next map pretty soon.
Well, what needs to be done here is Grizzlies really need to take that synergy to the next level, we need to see them wake up a little bit. I mean, you do have the fact that some of these players may never have been on a LAN stage before.
It's
and
different.
There's a crowd there, and they're not a quiet crowd. They're cheering when things are happening, and that can be very anxiety-inducing, right? That could be affecting some of the plays here. But once you shake those nerves off, once you get into the meat of it, the meat and potatoes of Overwatch, then maybe you can focus on the game. I'm really wanting to see the Grizzlies earn their stripes in this next match.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to hone in on the fact. I mean, these players most likely a lot of the time are playing in their bedrooms, Cheeto dust on their fingers, just all alone as gamers normally are, and they come to a LAN event, and like you say, there's a crowd in front of them. There's a couple casters very loud in the speakers that they can hear, saying every single thing they're doing. It's a lot of pressure. It is a lot of pressure. So hopefully they manage to overcome that.
Especially on team captains, right? Team captain for Strathclyde, that Dom, see them front line there on the tank. That Tad Knight going to be captaining in there for Glasgow. What are these captains, saying right now? What are we planning? A lot of it needs to be all right. Let's refocus if you're the Grizzlies. Let's step up. We know our game plan. Let's just play what we know here. Because, I mean, you don't want to counter comp on the spot and kind of catch yourself out. I mean, yes, adapt, but there is such a thing as over-adapting to the point where you're putting someone who's on Sombra that isn't comfortable on Sombra.
Yeah.
And then, you kind of unkilter your entire thing. Hypothetically.
Yes. Hypothetically. Yeah, from no personal events at all.
Or if you just force, a team to play, a certain composition on a map that they haven't done before, it can be really tough. But, of course, I mean, these teams scrim at a very high level.
Yeah.
These teams scrim at a level where they're probably scrimming against some OD teams. And
possibly ex-Overwatch League players as well. I mean,
for sure, yeah, it's absolutely possible. And there's a lot of grassroots community tournaments around the EU that I'm sure lots of these players have been in before. So you're really looking for right now. What do we do? Strathclyde, they're coming in with that Junker Queen comp, something that we didn't even see them touch at all in the previous.
I don't think we actually saw Spectrios even on the Sombra in the previous series as well. Which
so you've got to think, right, where is the team that played Junkrat Dive now that we have Junk Queen actually coming out?
Yeah.
What happened? Strathclyde just is a different team? Is there clones?
There was a switch in their head, I think.
Yeah.
And they flipped that switch. The Junk Queen seemed to work the wonders there.
I mean, I respect the Junkrat Dive, but it just didn't work for them.
You know what? I can respect it. Kevin moment, I think. Yeah.
A bit of a Ludwig left there.
Yeah, a little bit.
I mean, this is just great energy, right? It just shows that there's a lot of eyes that want to watch some esports, want to watch gamers compete to the highest level. And, this is only Overwatch. This is the first game of the first day of this weekend, and there's plenty more games to see, of course. You've got Valorant, you've got Rocket League, you've got all sorts of different games. And they kind of showcase lots of different values and different ways of playing, right? And Overwatch is the one where if you're not a solid team, then you're going to really struggle. But these teams are ready. The map is ready to be opened up, and we will see if the Grizzlies can earn their stripes and really break their limits in the second match. And look at that, it's Blizzard World.
It's Blizzard World.
Maybe they're looking to get some distance away from that Junker Queen, play some poke compositions here. On the... Nah. What? Wait, hold on. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe you are. Golden Beam now looking to open up on the Junker Queen. So
okay.
A little bit of a different taste here.
So you're now playing Junker Queen without Lucio. And it's not as bad as playing a Rhino without Lucio. It does, however, mean that shout might need to be used to engage rather to sustain a lot of the time. To catch up with the likes of what is being played on the attacking side right now. As the second match is getting going, the claps are in, BFG is rolling. Can the Grizzlies equalize here in this best of 3?
we'll have to see coming out here on Blizzard World as they look to mirror what we saw from the side of Strathers, using this Junk Queen to its best of its ability.
Yeah, Spectros again on the Tracer, someone we saw pop off a lot. Now you really want to see what Strathers are made of on the dive as they look to hound in on the backline here of this Anak Rico.
As we've said before, shotguns are not very good for a monkey, and that does definitely serve right. It's Tab Knight. Open things up nicely. And that's a clean fight. I mean, when you're diving into a Reaper and a Junk Queen, it is rough as monkey.
And we talked about that earlier, right?
We did,
when you know that Dom is going to dive in a monkey, playing the Reaper there on the back line, you basically have a proto break. You don't have any CC, but just the pure output of those Hellfire shotguns are going to really force that Dom to play carefully on these engages. Let's see how they can do as they set up yet again to go for that backline.
Spectrios testing the waters a little bit. There's Death Ray now on the Genji, something we haven't seen so far in this series.
Yeah.
They've really taken quite a long time to stage this dive. Spectrios looking to, try set up, and when you're just sitting there on the main choke trying to set up your dive for a while, Gio, the Junk Queen eventually is just going to jump down and just shotgun you in the head.
I mean, there aren't many gorillas down under, but it looks like Queen's pretty acquainted with Winston, taking them out nice and swiftly there. A little bit of the Genji Tracer duel. Now this is Overwatch gaming.
It is. Close to the blade as well. I don't know if they're going to look to maybe wait for the nano though.
You could wait for the nano. You might be forced to use it, but unlikely here. Spectro's kind of struggling to get value here, as of course as soon as Spectro sets up, if it takes too long, that Junk Queen goes in on the Winston.
There's a dive coming through. Sheep going in there on the Kiriko as well, but it's going to be yet again opening all these fights. They use the blade as well in retaliation, which definitely creates a lot of space. Tries to force back the side of Strathers. Death Ray is doing a lot on this Genji.
Okay. Right, Strathers have really held on to this composition. At what point do we start asking if we need to swap to a ball? Something, in fact, there it is, right there, the swap to the ball. Because the Reaper's getting so much done. And you're now pushing into a Kitsune rush that's going to really just lay down there on the high ground, allow that Reaper, the Hellfire shotguns, to just go next level.
Yeah, looking for that nano to put down. Dum now on this ball pick. Death Ray again open things up nicely on that Ash pick. Gets taken out though by Dugnan on that Lucio, so a little bit of an even out here in this fight as the Casino Rush is put down. Hellfire shotguns let loose. Find two. The Rampage for good measure. And 1 minute remaining here on Blizzard World, which looks like it might turn out as a full hold.
They threw everything at them but the kitchen sink. Well, they still have the nano in the defense. That's something that's likely to go on to either your Reaper or maybe even your neutral Genji. Right, look at this. Whoa, they're being sneaky.
Oh,
they want to catch
what are they looking for?
This could give them some ticks, but they can afford to give some ticks. They want the backline.
Here they go, jumping off of that high ground. Nano Boost applied there onto the Junker Queen, looking for those final blows to get the crowd roaring. Ooh, the burst out of the fight is Dugnan. That's your support line completely gone out of the fight. And 30 seconds and counting. And Grizzlies have really flipped their switch in this defense.
Yeah, this is a different team. This is a hungrier team. This is a team that is outplaying the opponents right now. They are 70% to Blade. That's something that's going to really help them in the defense. But the beat is ready from the attacking side here. 10 seconds to go. Can this Mines be enough? But they're being forced out. That Dom not in the position they want. 4 seconds and ticking.
A touch has to be found soon. But okay, wow, that was a close one. Gets cost down. Beat laid onto the field, but a beautiful sleep opened things up. Dugnan out of the fight. Here comes the Mines onto point. You're going to struggle really to move onto it, but I mean, hey, beautiful play there by Domtom, putting those Mines down on the field, really deterring any contesting. Tries to dash into them, dashing into Mines, Gio. That's fatal.
Yeah, I think the writing was on the wall there, just in terms of the ultimates coming online for the defense, and the reason why it took them to overtime there is purely because that they didn't swap fast enough onto that ball, and the ball got Mines just in time for the last fight. Now they're looking a lot better because the composition of the Grizzlies struggles in a nice open environment against the likes of Strathers.
Spectrous having the pulse bomb, both blades online, but one will come out on top. 2 picks for the Genji. And a nice clean fight there from Grizzlies. They're not going to let that first point get the best of them. Oh my, Death Ray.
Cyber Ninja Gaming, yeah, Death Ray is just next level nasty with it. Spectros, however, doing a little bit of the James Bond sneaking in the back, looking for a good pulse bomb. Meanwhile,
that wasn't even the. I thought that was the Rampage here. 3-man anti just from the nade.
They're able to use Rush there as well, but they've lost their Ana. That's going to unkilted them, but look at this Reaper.
There comes the Blossom. We've seen big things from them before. Finds Sheep. That's 2 picks down in this close range, spawn hold, really. They switch into the Orisa, which I'm not sure about.
I think Orisa is a very good sponge of damage, and that's about it. Yeah, you're trying to use the CC against the Junker Queen, right? But at this point, why not mirror it?
Yeah.
Why not say, okay, Uno Reverse, let's play the Junker Queen, let's play your game. But of course, the Rampage is ready from the defense. That's what's going to come out here.
Blade online. We've seen big things from both Genjis so far. Fight opens out as well. Anti-nade, cost down, and it's definitely scary to walk in on that anti-nade, but Strathers are making it work. Again, that Orisa gets taken out quite early, but Dugnan is doing their best to hold things together. Now on the Ryan is Dom coming back from spawn, and there you go. Finally, they managed to break that first point hold at their spawn, but 20 seconds, Gio.
Yeah, the Rampage came out a little late, now swapping onto the Monkey, and the attacking side, well, they've gone onto the Reinhardt, so they're going to look to really control that point with that hammer. 15 seconds and remaining. They're going to get the beat. They're going to have this rush, but this Nano Monkey engage, or Reaper engage.
The anti-nade from Fraser actually opens up that fight so beautifully that they don't even need to use the Nano in these last seconds. There's the Nano onto the Genji, hoping to possibly charge a Blade.
Overtime.
And they do indeed take out the Lucio. The Casino Rush's cast, but to no avail. It's 2. The backline gone from the Genji. As it looks like Grizzlies managed to bear their teeth on Blizzard Balls.
Yeah, finally we're seeing that team that we were hearing, the front runners. They are holding in here, but it's not without a win condition for Strathers though.
Yeah, but it is definitely a good defense. I mean, you've got to give them credit. They struggled a little bit on that first point defense, especially building in momentum, but they spawn held. They also held in there as well after the first point. So really good stuff from Grizzlies.
I mean, finally we're seeing what Glasgow were made of, right? Yeah. And, as we head to the replays here, Death Ray really popped off. On the Genji, they're really going next level. Showing us that they have that flexibility of their hero pool to bring out the Genji as well and just do as well as they were on the Tracer. And I love the Reaper adaptation. It seemed like that one pick completely destabilized Strathers. Like, they didn't really know how to handle it in terms of the tank pick. I think their best call was the ball.
Yeah.
So on the defense, sure, you can match it. You can play the Junker Queen, have your own Reaper, or you go for the ball comp again. You just have to play a lot more carefully and not get caught out from those Gracie attacks.
Yeah, I don't quite understand the Ryan switch as well. Coming out here, they were looking at the Ramatra, possibly, here on the defense. With a break. So trying to deter a little bit of that dive that we saw do really, really well. I mean, maybe you just want to get rid of Death Ray on the Genji. Maybe you just want to get rid of that.
Absolutely. I mean, sure, might be hieroglyphics on the screen right now, but it is still Overwatch.
Still a bit of Overwatch.
Still Overwatch. Yeah, and this Cassidy defense really going to hold them in with a strong, consistent damage, but they will be up against a Widow briefly at least. We'll be swapping, of course, Death Ray back onto Genji. This is classic dive. This is almost 2017 dive without the fact that you don't have a Diva. That's a great opener.
Yeah, Zen is not normally the one we see pop off, normally like the Genji and Tracer, but we are definitely going to like seeing the Zen get some value. As opening things up, it'll be a 4v5 situation. They ignore the Ramatra Geo. They go right onto the back, looking for victims of that dive. It's going to be Sheep falling first, and next to ensue that fate is the Cassidy 2. Great stuff here. Fantastic follow-up of that opening pick from the side of the Grizzlies, who look to get 2 ticks. It might be recontestable though.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're looking to come back in, but they're taking so much damage, and the point has been capped. I mean, right now, Glasgow have turned to Strathers and said all that for a drop of blood, because right now they've taken to the next level and they are outpacing Straffers in every degree. They have a 5-minute time bank, and they don't even need to get it past much of point 2, like just halfway to go, and they've already done it. They can rotate their upcoming ultimates, this Nano Monkey Engage or even the Nano Blade. They have plenty of options on the board to just wipe the slate of the defenders.
The Grizzlies can kind of just stand on the high ground. They can try rotate onto that high ground, but it'll be a nice opening pick there, cleaning up, finding the Zenyatta nice and early. Gets traded out though by Goldbeam on that monkey. I mean, hey, the dive works very, very well, but the Brig is good at deterring those flankers. Keeping things together, has the rally as well for the sustain if they want it.
Now, Goldbeam actually getting it alive means that there's a quick re-engage coming in, and because they've lost members, the defenders do need to back up. They have a rally to sustain here. They really want to get this annihilation for the touch because the point's right there and they need to be on point.
They really do. Ducknan pops the rally, manages to stun up, but that gets taken out by the Primal. That's your Brigitte gone, and you don't have that Nano Boost quite online yet. High Noon put down onto the field. There's a Transcendence that will keep the side of Grizzlies up. The High Noon does manage to find a pick, but there's the Blade. It's the Nano cast onto it as well, and they don't even want to touch. They're pushed away by the Nano Blade. A classic combination that brings Grizzlies to a match point.
That was a forced letter number there. That was a forced C9. Yeah. But, you know, you're really seeing them in their stride right now. I mean, Jeffrey, look at this. One of the many times that this player just absolutely dominated.
Look at it, look at that. Look at this clean. Clean. Saucy. We love to see it.
Makes me wonder how do I get out of plat?
How do I get that good at Genji?
Yeah, incredible performance, and that's what you want to see from Glasgow. And like I said, you know, it's now equalized here. It's 1-1 in this best of 3 series, and we will be heading to our first payload. And I mean, to be fair, they were still popping off amazingly for their side, but yeah, a lot of eyes on the DPS. They're really doing next level stuff right now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the play of the game already, and most of the replay and some highlights. But man, Death Ray on the Genji and the Tracer as well. You got to say on Lijiang did have a lot of hero plays, and I mean, like we said, these DPS players, they are at a very high level. They can just, you know, even if it's a 3v5 situation, they will get the picks and they will turn the fight.
Oh yeah, well, it's now in Straffer's court. The ball is in their court. It's now their choice of map, right? And we're thinking payload. We're thinking, what did we do well? What did they do well? And right now, you probably want to force them into a brawl versus a brawl, right?
Yeah.
Because clearly Glasgow are very comfortable to take a map that's traditionally poke or dive, play a counter dive brawl composition with that Junker Queen, with that Reaper. They're very comfortable to do the likes of that. So, like, maybe playing dive is not the call here. Maybe you do have to match them on the brawl and force them. There's Spectros there with the peace side. I mean, yeah, amazing stuff from these teams. And this really decides Overwatch, right? This decides the Overwatch of this weekend, because if Straffers are able to win, it puts Cali in an amazing position. If Glasgow can reverse sweep, which is what they will have done, then, well, look at that. Look at that. These faces are definitely ready for a reverse sweep. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's match point here. You know, 1-1.
Oh, yeah.
This last map will decide the fate of this match. So we'll have to see what they do. And I do definitely agree with you. You know, Dom showed us some great stuff. On the Junker Queen, it seems to work really, really well for them. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more of it. Moving on to payload, and what were you expecting to see as the map choice?
Ooh, you know, there's lots of ways to take it. You know, you could potentially see a swerve ball like Havana, but it's likely to be something more like Rialto. And play the Junker Queen, because even on that first point, you can kind of rotate up, take that high ground, really control the map with a Junker Queen, especially if you run it with the Genji, and then you get that high ground capabilities pushing forward. Do have to watch, you know, if you're then pushing into a Widowmaker or an Ashe that's pocketed, something that can take them for some stride. You could even see a Fire Mercy. Well, we'll be heading into the map now, folks. very shortly.
Very shortly.
And I'm excited to see, can Glasgow complete the reverse sweep, or will Strafford's end it all here? It's all to play for right now, actually, between these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, especially for Strathers, if they can dethrone the Kings so far of Battle for Glasgow, that are the Grizzlies. It really plays well for them, I will say.
I mean, anything's possible, and right now they're set up perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of good momentum coming in from Lijiang into Blizzard World. Now moving on to New Queen Street. So I think the option was between push or payload.
Okay.
They opted for push.
They chose to play push. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, I mean, fair enough. So this kind of changes your idea of what you want to play. Push is a very snowball map. You cannot let things get out of control, as we'll be counting down into the match. The one that will decide it. You cannot draw. Someone needs to come out victorious here, and it will be a very dive composition on both sides, but the echo is the difference there on the blue side of things, as Golden Beam there going to be following up on their echo. Glasgow looking to continue their stride of dominance.
They've got a bit more sustain. They've got that Honor, Kiriko, double flex support backline you like to see. Very good for sustaining these dives. And, in terms of push, you want that point control. But it's going to be door opening things up. Finding the differential on that Genji. Death Ray is definitely a Genji to definitely be contentious about. Looking to open things up nicely. Doing tons of damage onto that Kiriko as well. And Strathers, they are not phased. They are coming out strong on New Queen Street. But a smart kite there from the Grizzlies.
Okay, so now I want to see quick adaptations from inside Glasgow. And already they're on the Reaper. And the reason why they're doing this is they've kind of checked them. They're like, okay, how do you play dive? Like, how well are you right now? And, well, they're looking much better than we were on the first map. This Reaper is going to really force that Dom to play carefully.
No deflect. An opportunity seen but not followed up on, as the bot goes back in favor of Glasgow. They look to walk the bot a little bit into that. They're holding this nice defensively. They have got a little bit of that lead. They're playing with it nicely, but Death Ray, you cannot count off the Genji, opening things up, evening things out. Has found two so far, gets taken out by Sheep on that Kiriko. But that's to no avail, as it looks like those picks opening up the fight from Death Ray service the Grizzlies very nicely as they manage to get their first team fight.
There you go. Now we're really seeing the 500 years plus of wisdom that Glasgow University has as the big brother in this sibling trio. They're really proving themselves, trying to equalize here in distance push. And of course, if they can win out this next fight, they could potentially unlock their forward spawn. But Spectrios looking for a pulse bomb. Looks to muck it all up, unless they get caught out here. That was a little close.
Yeah, Dom now on this Junk Queen as well, looking to very much punish, but there's the nano boost. It's going to be more difficult to punish with that amount of health. Going to pop the Primal as well. Trust their juggling to find the picks, but hasn't really found much with it so far. It's Spectrios that's opening things up, and the DPS on the side of Crash just opened things up nicely, as Dom seems to be much more comfortable on this Queen.
Strong.
Towards the Monkey.
Strong fight win there for Straffers. Now they swing the ball back around to their barricade, and we're now getting to the point where we have to talk about unlocking that forward spawn on push. That's when things get really snowbally. If you get this checkpoint here, if Straffers can win this with this blade and beat, then they're in an amazing position for this final map in the series.
They get those forward spawns, people. And those are very important to be able to keep that snowball. The beat blade is online. Sleep missed by Phaser, but the sustain is great. Managed to find them in the end. Pummeling through with that Kitsune rush. And oh my god, Death Ray, hello! Oh, it's 4. Holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. That is a Genji.
Yeah, dashing side to side, and we ain't talking about Sansa. That was an outstanding play there. But they're not even staying on the Genji Crumble. They're actually moving to the Mei and fully accepting this brawl. Now, they don't have a Lucio, and that's going to really struggle against the maneuverability now of the Junker Queen comp. They can maneuver much easier than the opposing side, but they do have the Rampage as well to win this next fight. Basically, whoever wins this next fight could get their forward spawn unlocked and change the complexion of this map completely.
They have the Junk Queen. They really need to go fast in this fight, especially because they have that Lucio for the speed. Rampage is online. Already using that shout. Comes through. Finds 2. The cleanse is put down, but doesn't manage to find the cleanser onto their own tank. Annihilation now cast, evens things out, and that's 2 for Golden Beam on this Ramatra. And 2 really is enough to seal the deal unless any hero plays come out, but it doesn't look like it. And they've really done a great job here, Grizzlies. They changed the composition, they adapted, and it worked.
There you are, Golden Beam taking and leading the team there. And now that forward spawn has been unlocked, and now the Grizzlies have a great position here to really snowball the rest of this one, especially if they can win up this next fight. They're coming up to some ultimates. They can now afford to play slow because they have the advantage of the spawn. They don't need to go in too hard until they have these ults.
Yeah, but maybe they'll look to still play aggressive. Now we see Spectros moving on to the Sombra, which we've seen time and time again do fantastically. That brawly nature, though, in these long fights, the Junker Queen comp will crumble eventually. Because Rush is put down here. Sheep looking to cast it, help push his team further into this objective. They have the Nano too, if they so want it. There's the hack going onto the Ramatra, but it opens things up as the Genji falls on the side of Strappers.
Back and forth so far, but right now it can go either way.
Blizzard online, they're able to cast that down. There's the countdown and the EMP! We've seen it time and time again. And the May Blizzards are well complete negated, but Golden Beam's still alive. I mean, if Golden Beam stays alive, is gonna pop the Annihilation. Hello? No way this one's in one. No way! Golden Beam! Oh my lord, taking the fight into their own hands there.
Outstanding play there. This tank of Golden Beam has really taken it to the next level. Now they're swinging around this final corner, and with 4 minutes to go, this is a brilliant place for them to be.
They have the Nano as well, and no Suzu available. There's the beat blade, though, that we've seen do before. Missed the sleep, unfortunately. And the follow-up is definitely there. Lots of damage cast down with the blade. You take out the Arn, and that's a sustain gone. A lot of space created with that blade. And they're not letting Grizzlies take them here. They're here to fight, Gio. They really are.
They are here to fight.
Oh, yeah, both Genjis doing great.
Yeah, I mean, both the Genjis that we've seen in this game have been doing great, and now pushing forward, right, the forward spawn's already unlocked for Glasgow, so it's already going to be a fight at this midpoint. You really need to win this if you're Straffers. You need to get your own forward spawn unlocked if you have any chance of taking it here on New Queen Street in Canada.
Yeah, eyes are really on Spectros to find an early EMP to charge it up. Door falling very, very low. Has the deflect, manages to live things out. Duncan opening things up there. And there's that speed from the Junker Queen and the Lucio going in. And without actually using any ults, they managed to really snowball here on New Queen Street.
Duncan is impressing me every time I see them play.
Yeah, look at that.
Duncan being able to open up as a Lucio, finding those picks is so crucial to get that follow-up. Now, however, lots of ultimates available, both sides. A big ult fight coming out, and that beat needs to be built from the side of Straffers. They're not close to it, though. EMP, you need that Call of Doom. The Blossom's ready.
Tadnut's looking for it. I would not be surprised, Joe, to see a Nano Blossom here coming out from the side of the Grizzlies. Tadnut's looking for it. He's looking for the entrance. Ults available from both sides. Here it comes. There's the EMP. Finds 4. Can the follow-up be found, though? As the Casino Rush is put down, they really desperately want the follow-up. There is the Blossom. There is the Nano onto the Nemesis form as well. As although committing so much, they don't manage to find it. They get their forward spawn, Gio, but Grizzlies, they look dominant.
There is one important thing to say there. They did get the forward spawn.
Yeah.
So Straffers, they're not doomed. There's 2 minutes on the board, and they are at a deficit right now. But the fact that they have this forward spawn unlocked means that they can really come back in this next fight nice and quickly, get another EMP, and go in hard. They almost. They're building towards this blade, but they really have to watch for Annihilation. You need to see it kited.
If they get that beat out first and then are able to use the Annihilation after, it's all in the cards there. As the Annihilation now comes out, and yep, like I say, it's like clockwork. The beat comes out and the Annihilation follows suit. So they find a lot of follow-up, so it might be winnable here. They have the blade if they want to use it, and Door will open things up. If the Genji can find some value, it would be great here. Finds 1, finds 2 with the blade. And Spectros is there to support them. It's only Golden Beam here. They've managed to hold points by themselves before, but Dutton's back. Spectros, the blade carries the fight. Strathers looking great.
You can say anything about Strathers, but the one thing you have to give them credit is they do not give up. They do not lie down lightly. And now they're going to push forward, likely unlock their forward spawn. And with below a minute now, unfortunately for them, they need to win every fight. They can't be losing a single fight right now, which is why you see Spectros really trying to get this EMP out.
If they get a good EMP off, and I doubt they won't, Gio, it's really going to help carry the momentum. Here it comes, the countdown, and it's 3 found. They need to find the follow-up. This story, we've seen it before, and actually they flip it on its head. The EMP landed, but the follow-up wasn't really there. They're nearly getting close to that rampage, though. Dom needs to be kept alive, but is anti-nated up. Cleanse has to be used. The Blizzard, the Kitsune Rush, the Nano, the Grizzlies have it all. The old bank to give them new Queen Streak on a silver platter. Can Strathers bring it back?
No, with 10 seconds, it's very unlikely. They do have forward spawn, they might be able to touch, but the possibility of them even touching here is slim, never mind them winning.
1 second, the ball and the Sombra do manage to touch just in time. Dom slept up, though. They have the Nano Geo. I see it written in the stars here for Grizzlies. They have everything they need. The Annihilation now on line 2. They have to use the Kitsune Rush. Duckton is the first to fall. Everyone is so damn low. They get the Blossom on as well. They don't even need these ultimates, Gio. It's just to rub salt in the wound. Grizzlies take on map 3 on New Queen Street. They win this match confidently.
Yes. And yeah, the Grizzlies, they're now going to stand up and be like, oh, you thought we were going to lose? You thought we made you think, but you got to give credit to Strathers. Insane plays.
But Death Ray, they pulled up on the Genji time and time again with these blades. There's the play, clutching things up. Oh, the ghost dashes as well. Oh, it's clean. Oh, just to finish it off.
Oh, it's so clean.
Insane plays.
It's so clean. And it's exactly what you want to be seeing from these teams. There's that replay yet again of that dash.
We want to see it again.
Oh, yeah. I just want to see a replay of it again and again.
Golden Bean cleaning up as well in the match, a really good adaptation. And early in this map, we saw a lot of adaptations coming out from Grizzly to try thwart the side of Strathers, and then nothing really in return. They switched to the Jungle Queen, but past that point, nothing else.
Yeah, well, yes, Strathers did lose both their games, but one thing you cannot say about them is that they don't have heart. They showed so much heart in the fights, like they really took it to the Grizzlies here and made us all think that what could have been impossible was possible. So incredible stuff. There's the sportsmanship there. But now that set us up for a brilliant final match of Overwatch that will be coming up. It will now be both teams that have a W fighting to win for their... We will see someone win. There's not going to be any draws on Overwatch at the start of this weekend, as the Chargers will be taking on the Grizzlies.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to follow that series, that's for sure. I mean, and by the looks of it, that was a close series. Chargers, they really challenged Strathers a lot. Strathers really struggled against them. I think this match is really going to be something else.
Yeah, honestly, in terms of predictions, I really can't say what I'm going to expect here, because while yes, it was a sweep for the Chargers, they were up against a bit of a less warmed up Strathers. We saw what Strathers are capable of when they're warmed up against Grizzlies, and it was a very strong performance. Now, Caledonian, Glasgow, they don't have an easy task ahead of either of them, because both of them are looking to be the Overwatch champions, prove themselves to be the Overwatch kings of Glasgow and the best esports society. And obviously, the rest of the weekend, if you start out getting your society a win, then that's exactly what you want. Yeah, you get that momentum moving into the entire rest of the weekend.
Strathers packing up their stuff as they're not playing in this final match, and we're looking forward to our last match. We'll see you all very soon, and don't go anywhere off this quick break.
Yeah, I gotta keep it trendy on my soul. I'm the most selfish person that I know. Here we go, down the rabbit hole. Got a couple carrots round my neck. Self-respect, when you out of line, you put yourself in check. They don't hear me, they don't hear me though. Cycles going round and round and round like a merry-go. Stand for truth, or fall for any old scenario. That's why I keep my circle smaller than a Cheerio. Cause this the company you keep. Stay woke, please don't get caught slick. End up sowing what you reap. Know your worth, and don't sell cheap. The ghost is inside of me, can't take it out of me. No matter where I've been, it's about where I'm meant to be. I be shining perfect timing, check your watch. And I know who I am no longer lost. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. I got tired of walking around with a mask on, smiling but my heart singing sad songs. Yeah, I was living for myself, I was dead wrong till I got the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, man, you talking to the real me. Yeah, made in this image, I'm a young OG boy.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I loved you in denial. Shouldn't have let receipts, now I got you on fire. Shit might get released when you walk down the aisle. Expose who you are beneath that fake ass smile. A couple songs about you when I told the truth through and through. Never name drop, you guilty if you assume it's you. From laying under covers to staying under your skin. I know exactly what it was, fuck what it is. Stay thinking out loud and think about how the vibe changed quicker than 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt bad for whatever I said, but whatever's dead, I hope I see you never again. Could've been me in the suit, but you had your cake and you eating it too. Fuck, you never thought you'd go back on your word. Broken promises sent me back down to earth. Black down on the curb, guess time heals all, accept this. Cut deep enough to leave me infected. I fell victim to all those intentions. Cause of you I can't make a connection, everybody in question. You always look good when shit was looking bad. Looking back, it had me trusting somebody I probably shouldn't have. PTSD from falling and hitting rock bottom with nothing there to cushion that. And last time you reached out, I ain't read the message. Leave it to karma to respond when you least expect it. Everything I said, I felt the need to mention. When facts seem offensive, it's hard to ease attention. I'm just thinking out loud and think about how the vibe changed quicker than 1,000,000 miles an hour. I felt bad for whatever I said, but whatever's dead, I hope I see you never again. Could've been me in the suit, but you had your cake and you eating it too. Fuck, you never thought you'd go back on your word. Broken promises sent me back down to earth. Black down on the curb, guess time heals all, accept this. Cut deep enough to leave me infected. I fell victim to all those intentions. And cause of you I can't make a connection, everybody in question.
Let me just talk one time. Whoa. Whoa. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Goddamn flex. sign that check. Told them last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text from way downtown, but the shit's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Ain't damn near still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds, told them I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen them here once. Told them I ain't playing, they don't wanna get hurt, dog. It's about time I show them how it works, dog. Seen them in the shit, but now they all worse off. I ain't in a race if I ain't coming first, dog. Took them step back if they ain't in the game now. It was moving slow, so I had to find a pace now. All they tryna talk, not the time or the place now. Coming for the pot, and I got a pocket ace now. Ooh. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text from way downtown, but the shit's still wet.
Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes. Fumble a bag, now I will not fumble a bag. Act like you know how this goes.
Yeah. Yeah. You must be blinded by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change, keep the change. They hate and say we went and changed. Why stay the same? You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights, lights. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh. We put the nets up in the lines, now we high. fake, then who gon' hurt this? I naughty night you lullaby. I'm doing me, it's do or die. You must be blinded by the lights. We came to shine here. Watch it look daytime in the night. We bring the vibes here. We full of life, you keep the change. Keep the change. They hate and say we win and change. Why stay the same? You must be blinded by the lights. You must be blinded by the lights.
Hello and howdy folks, welcome back to our final match of the day for Overwatch. We have the Chargers versus the Grizzlies coming up, our final match that we are all extremely excited about. Great things from both these teams so far in our previous series, and I think we are nothing but excited.
Exactly. I mean, our partners are also excited. You know, just a reminder that you can win a range of gaming prizes, including 2 monitors, an Xbox Series X, a Sega Mega Drive Mini, and so much more. Visit Glasgow Children's Hospital Charity.org, or if you're watching on Twitch, hit the button that reads GCH. The raffle is just £5 per ticket, and
cheap.
Yeah, and it all helps kids game in hospital just a few miles from here, right? So this helps the local hospital. You know, the children in there. You know, they have so many issues, but you know, gaming can bring that light back to them. So just £5 per ticket. Get it in, you know, it's for charity, and you have a chance to win something. So it's like, it's a moral win and a possible, like, actual prize win. It's a win-win-win. So go do it.
Yeah,
like,
why not?
Yeah, like, I'm going to do it after this, after I'm done casting this amazing match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I think, you know, obviously everyone here is most likely in some way or another a bit of a gamer, and I think for all of us, you know, me especially, you know, it's a great thing growing up, you know, to have a games console, be able to go to school, talk about all your favorite games with your friends, and to be able to enable that for younger kids is definitely quite a wonderful thing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the kids, right? And you know, we were all kids once before, but these gamers, they're now men.
They're men now.
And they're going to be heading into this final matchup here between both teams who are, they found a win against Straffers. Hello. The story is the Grizzlies had a bit of a tougher time. So is Caledonian Chargers going to come in here, the young upstart of the unis, the siblings, going to upset the champions? Possibly. Is that possible?
Possibly. I mean, if we look at the math, right? Strathers did bring Grizzlies to a bit of a difficult series, and you know, Chargers 2-0'd them. You know, really exploited their weaknesses. Now moving on to Oasis. This is our final Overwatch match of the day. The Chargers versus the Grizzlies. Who will come out on top?
Yeah, and Jamie did extremely well on the Winston, as we saw at the start of today. So you're expecting more of that. And the pot noodle, of course, they're the captain for their team. Actually on the May, another oddball comp. It's a very anti-dive composition, but they're not up against dive, are they? They're against Junker Queen.
Yeah, and a huge anti-nade looks to open things up. Suzu falls very, very early for the side of Chargers. Gonna look to dive in there, try to pressure out that Ana. Fraser really struggling to stay alive, and yeah, when you have 5 people all simultaneously looking at you, it's a scary sight. Jamie claiming up, getting a 3 in this fight as the Chargers look strong.
I mean, it takes a certain level of Chad to name their account just their name. They don't need a gamer tag because they're just that high a level. And already the Chargers tank really stepping ahead of the competition. That's why Tad Knight there has made the call onto the Reaper, trying to make Jamie's day tough. Now, this is the biggest test that Jamie's had in terms of compositions. How will they adapt their play style where they need to play a little bit more carefully?
It's a lot to go up against if you are the Monkey. You have the Junk Queen, the Reapers, or even the Cass can do a lot of consistent damage. Looking to try force the side of the charge onto point. That Monkey has been walled off by his own mate. You've got to let Jamie out as Antonated up as the Suzu falls from that side. Tab Knight on the Reaper. You'd love to see it. Cleaning here is the Shotgun Heroes for the side of the Grizzlies, who completely exploit that dive composition.
Yeah, they played it slow and nice, and that's what they wanted to do. It's what they needed to do with this composition. They're playing it beautifully here. Glasgow, they've warmed up. They're not taking anything for granted, and they've got plenty of ultimates coming up as well. I mean, it's going to be a heavy ult fight. Of course, Doorbell, a very strong Ana that we've seen, does have that nano very shortly. We'll be able to build it off of Jamie's damage. Now, we're going to see a Monkey engage, and of course that Blizzard coming up. Big ult fight probably in the next couple seconds.
Death Ray, though, find the back end of Brazen, who has been so damn consistent on this Cassidy. Blizzard laid down as the nano boost is applied onto Jamie. Goes in. Doesn't manage to find any picks as of yet, but a lot of space, that's for sure. Orion on the Lucio as well, trying to keep this fight alive, but what an anti-nade from Fraser. We've been seeing the praises of Doorbell all day so far, but really that anti-nade opened things up nicely.
What I really noticed there was Leica was on 1 HP. A sliver of HP, was able to actually escape and go on a limb onto Doorbell. So a big step up there from the Kiriko, and now they're sitting pretty. Forced Doorbell onto a Moira, and now you're looking kind of like a 5-man composition, a kind of zombie comp coming out from the Chargers here. It's going to struggle against this Kitsune Rush though.
Yeah, but this point control from the Junk Queen can be very, very scary. Primal has been laid out. Brazen's got the high noon. Jamie's very, very low, 90 HP. Barely gets out, but the support is there.
The drink.
How is Jamie alive right now as they manage to maneuver their way around the Chargers and get the point flip?
You know, I heard how Jamie practices as he goes primal and just sends people into the Clyde because, I mean, they've been doing amazingly, and that what really happened there was they focused like the Kiriko. Kiriko had to TP, and they TP'd right into the high noon. Yeah. Like that was brilliant space creation there. Now, however, 70% for both sides. This next fight will take one of them to 99. Who will get the advantage? Fraser going low already. Needs to get the nano off though.
Oh, watch out. Oh, the Death Ray barely being warded off there by taking out Pot Noodle on the Mei. They have a lot of ults to throw onto the field, but the first pick actually comes in the favor of the Chargers, and that Moira solo gets taken out by Death Ray's high noon. They have to be to sustain it. They're going to use it. No honor on the other side either. The Junk Queen is able to sustain the team, 90%. But oh wow, incredible play there from Charge. They win with such a lesser ult bank.
Yeah, no one could touch. You see the Reaper coming in. Oh wait, there's no.
Oh, barely a touch there comes from the Junker Queen, not able to charge up that Rampage in time. There's a Coalescence on point, keeping the Chargers alive. It's just 99% and counting. And the Char barely managed to get the touch there with the Tracer. The Charger very, very close to taking this first round in our map so far, catching up. Leica being taken out there.
Oh,
it's Jay Stragglers coming onto point here.
He had the ball now, but it's the only one on point. That ticker's gonna go down. Oh.
Good stuff.
Oh, wow. I mean, we are in for a match today because, I mean, this is similar to what we saw with Strafford's, right? But it seems like the Chargers are just on a bit of a next level. I mean, yeah, they got a little caught out by that comp, but they didn't switch. They doubled down.
They adapted.
And how much respect I have for that to be like, okay, you're playing Queen. Okay, you're playing Reaper. I don't care. I like Monkey.
The Monkey.
I like Winston. I like a bit of Winston. And yeah, not going to change here. Sticking with the Moira, it's a more gradual sustain. That's why we call it zombie comps, because like they just stay alive for so long, right? Yeah. But you have to watch I mean, basically, the Junker Queen comp wants to get eliminations faster. That's essentially what the case is here. And if you can force out abilities like the Ice Block or the Moira Fade, then those opportunities, well, they're very juicy.
They will arise as point control looks to start in the favor of the Chargers. High ground in favor of the Grizzlies. They look to manage to catch out Brazen. Deathray's now on this Tracer yet again, who we've seen do fantastic job on that hero so far, and is opening things up nicely. Tab Knight as well, the DPS from the Grizzlies, managed to open things up nicely here. Pot Noodle's still alive though, and May is a very contentious hero on this map, able to really create a lot of space, but not enough space as Grizzlies managed to get the first cap here on University.
I mean, May's been a contentious hero since release, right?
Got to take out that turret. Got to take it out.
But yeah, a nice start there from the Grizzlies. They're really playing into the strength of their comp, and that's playing Deathray on a flank, creating an opener, and they forced Jamie now off of the Monkey. Now they're playing a much more classical kind of rank composition, but
on the May wall.
Yeah, you have to watch for the multiple
angles. Off sight for Leica, but it's Jamie who finds the anti-nade. And even though they didn't have LOS, they still managed to survive through this Broadcom though, Gio. It is really good at its stay-making abilities, being able to sit on point and bunker down. Pot Noodle does find a pick onto Golden Beam and seems to be quite a beam of light here for the side of the Chargers, but to no avail is just more consistent from the Grizzlies.
Yeah, so they let them get control there, and you might think, that's a bit of a mistake, but they had to let them get control before they could set up. Now they know what's happening. They've switched to a Ramatra, and that Ramatra matches very nicely against the rank and really survive for a long time. However, Pot Noodle is going to crack out the microwave and give us a Blizzard experience here very shortly.
Yeah. Jamie going for a beautiful charge kill. Things open up by Doorbell. Now on this Baptiste. Brazen is there as well. Don't forget this man. He popped off in King's Row in his previous series, and he's still here, still alive. The Ramatra adaptation doesn't seem to work well for him.
I'm surprised that the feed's really holding up when you have Deathray and Brazen in the same lobby, because both of them have such strong pop-off potential individually and are really coming up for their teams here. I mean, it's so equal. We have very equal percentages right now. Big old fight, and it is going to be in favor of the defending side as they can set up with Doorbell's window and really living up to their name. They're the ones opening up fights.
Yeah. Not ding-dong ditching, just walking straight into the house. That takes them out nice and quickly as you're sustained down. And I mean, it's just roll after roll here. And in the neutral as well, Gio, they still have a 5 ult bank. It's crazy.
Yeah, and the fact that they held onto those ults, both sides did, really. So both sides were kind of looking for a dry fight to get ults out. Both were patient. So now, in this massive ult fight, right, it's going to be extremely chaotic. Keep your eye on who the Nano goes onto and what the beat does, because those are the things that will sustain each team.
Yeah, we're looking for the Nano probably being cast onto Golden Beam with that Annihilation. It's going to be the Kasuni Rush that opened things up from Leica. Pulse Bomb put down, the Immortality Field is there. Deathray finally put at bay on this off angle, and this window has really opened things up. And Tab Knight's there, is looking to switch things around here on the Reaper, barely staying alive. The Kiriko barely keeping them up, but Brazen and Doorbell are there. The Baptiste holding things together. A beautiful window sealing this first map because there's no touch, Gio. It goes to the Chargers.
Oh my God. Yeah. Are Glasgow just really bad at control maps? Or are these teams just taking it to the next level? I mean, you got to really give credit here. The Chargers are just playing so strong, right? So consistently that, they're outplaying, right? They're outpacing in a lot of ways. I mean, Doorbell is opening so many fights from the support line, right? Take a break, Doorbell. Give the DPS some time to shine, because
it's crazy. I want to really, put down key, Lee, on that window in the last fight. Opens things up, allows, I think, a window 5-strike kill onto one of the members on the side of the Grizzlies. And then through that window, Brazen's able to find follow-up kills, and then Doorbell obviously finds a couple kills their own in the last fight. Really good Baptiste play. And surprising. Seemed to be very comfortable on mainly the Ana that we saw in our first series of the day. But hey, flexibility. I mean, the role is called flex support, so we would hope so. But doing really, really well, I think, so far.
Yeah, of course, the immortality, like you said, like keeping that high noon alive,
the pulse bomb as well.
Just gave them so much control of that point there. So the Chargers, right? They come from Caledonian. That's the youngling of the free universities, but they're spry, they're energetic, they've got a lot to prove. They've got the unicorn, right?
Yeah.
And they're charged into this weekend looking extremely strong, but we know, we've just seen, do not count the Grizzlies out after a control loss, because they looked so strong in the following two maps that I wouldn't be shocked if Glasgow can reverse sweep here again.
Yeah, they, like you said, they did it in the previous series, and I mean, you know what? I feel it. I feel it in the air. I feel the weather of Grizzlies. I feel, it's coming up. So, will we see them possibly reverse sweep? They did it before. The Chargers look pretty confident, I think, and this is definitely the series to watch out for.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to give you another reminder that you can win free things. Well, not free things, more than free things. There's lots of things available for £5 per ticket. It's all for charity. Visit GlasgowChildren'sHospitalCharity.org, or if you're watching home at Twitch, you can click the button that says GCH. It's £5 a ticket. It goes to charity. You have the chance of a free item, right? What's the loss there?
Yeah, even if you don't win, £5 to charity, that's a really, really wonderful thing. As I think the Grizzlies are a residential Riz team. Every single time the camera goes around, we see little flourishes from the audience.
Can we remove the G? Just the Rizzlies.
Just get Rizzlies. It's a great idea.
Yeah.
The Rizzlies.
The Rizzlies. That's what I'm going to call them from now on.
Just the Rizzlies, yeah.
They're rizzing up the camera every time it comes. I mean, I'm expecting them to hit back harder. Because maybe GCU's strength isn't their practice compositions, but their ability to feel out their opponents and kind of get the vibe of what they need to bring out to defeat them. So maybe their control maps, they just kind of see that as testing the waters, seeing what their opponent plays, and then really following up. I mean, when you meet a Grizzly in the wild, you're really meant to play dead, but these teams are not, so maybe that will be the downfall as we head into the game.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be either payload or push. No, hybrid. Hybrid coming up next as our next map in this round. We will see what we are going to play. It's only been Kings Row? No.
We've seen Glasgow pick Blizzard previously, so will we see them just pick that again because they just won on it? Or do they have something particular up the sleeve? They might have seen what Caledonian played on Kings Row, so they might have a strat specifically for Kings Row.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. And there we go, to Blizzard World here. Map 2. And, already we're seeing Golden Beam on the Junk Queen. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Jamie's still going to force the Monkey, though. So we saw this really, really this pretty much exact composition heavily thwart in our previous series, they did a great job of deterring the dive composition. So maybe we'll see that happen again. But Jamie looks confident going into them in the previous round. So we'll have to see.
I mean, from the previous performance, you can't count the Grizzlies out ever, right?
No.
So they did extremely well after this comp before. They almost full held. How well the team of the Chargers adapt to this same composition that Glasgow's have on the defense. Will Jamie find value still because they are, let's face it, they're cracked? Or will there be a force onto a ball like happened last time to something that Caledonian, they're maybe not as comfortable with?
Yeah, also the Zenyatta. That Discord, if you're a Monkey trying to prepare, trying to set up for your dive, that damage coming through is crazy. Very much testing the waters, though, here. Here's the side of the Charge. They've been maneuvering around the map very, very well so far, looking to rotate onto the outskirts of this point, pulling in the May pretty quickly with that knife. Like a deterring the dive, but managed to get taken out by the Kiriko that follows suit in said dive. The Ana very, very low. Fraser somehow still alive and does manage to get taken out by Jamie. That's the support very much dwindled down, but somehow turns it around. And they don't have any supports. They're just going to walk in and go aggressive.
This is a bit of a Benny Hill fight. They don't really know what's going on. They're chasing each other. They're chasing each other's tails, but I mean, there's an opportunity here for Glasgow to take this point.
Yeah, can they hold off the side of the Charge, who are looking to get their first tick here on Blizzard? Well, they managed to get the tick. Yeah, they managed to get the first tick there. Held off for it. Doorbell very, very close and approaching to that nano. And I mean, look at the difference in the ult charge in terms of between Fraser and Doorbell. That is huge.
Caledonian looking strong here. Jamie's been on point consistently. Tad Knight, though,
the stay
making a lot of damage in.
Been great. Jamie opened things up. That's both honors now out of the fight, but Jamie has the nano. Has found 2 so far, but now that you're in the enemy's backline, Death Ray is in yours. Finds 2 so far in this fight. Manages to get the pulse bomb down as well. Looking to possibly turn things around. Manages to find 3, so it's not really contestable, but man, Death Ray, come on, leave him alone.
Death Ray and Brazen are just going at it in the kill feed, like which one can pop off more and more consistently. But not looking as staggered there as Straffers were on Blizzard attack. The Charge are continuing strong, and now the map has opened up with the point 2. It does play into the dive, it plays into lots of different angles where Junker Queen is forced to play point.
That wall as well forces Fraser to not be able to heal Golden Beam, and the follow-up is there. They manage to find Pot Noodle though. That's the mate out of the fight. Suzu forced very, very early. Brazen is absolutely just a thorn in the side of the Grizzly backline at the moment, and really pressuring them out quite a lot. And it looks like the Grizzlies really, really want to take their time. They're starting to walk back a little bit, give a lot of space to the Charge.
Yeah, they need to, because I mean the space is just being taken, and Brazen again finding Fraser. Doesn't even use the pulse bomb yet. Rampage comes in.
Only catches Brazen though.
Was slept.
Might not be taken out yet. Oh, slept. I didn't even catch that. It was so quick. Brazen looking to pop the pulse bomb as well. Doesn't manage to find anything with that. Potnoodle traces out Tad Knight though, which means that there's no Blossom available. Doorbell has been able to deter flankers all day long so far, and does not seem to falter at any point.
Yeah, but you're coming up to a nano soon as well. You're wanting to keep your team alive, and Jamie's going in deep with this rush.
They've been poking, they've been prodding. Anthony up things up. No Suzu. Oh, gets the sleep onto the Blossom. Doorbell, so good, being kept up as well through the engage. Nanos off the Kiriko, just to deal with the Junk Coin. Okay, Death Ray does manage to find the pick on Diana, but I mean, huge plays made, and the fight opened up by Doorbell.
I mean, yeah, the Charge know the Doorbell is one of their star players, for sure. I mean, they're really playing around it, and you saw the sustain onto Doorbell there as the dive came in, and it's going to be really hard for the Grizzlies to get anything done. They're on the Soldier, though.
Yeah, they do get the checkpoint in the end, so they will get those forward spawns, as it looks like it'll have to be somewhat of a reset. They might hold it, them at spawn, though. They did it previously.
Okay, yeah, the Grizzlies actually getting a fight win there.
Hello. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, the support lines are just, they don't give an inch, for sure. 4 minutes now, rolling into the final point. Lots of opportunities, especially if they're going to look to adapt onto a different kind of composition here, which of course you can with those more narrow sight lines. It does help Tad Knight on the Reaper and makes it a little bit more difficult to find those flanks as the Tracers, as you're kind of playing on the left side here of the screen.
Yeah, we've seen big pulse bombs from both these Tracers. Fraser does have that nano. Dive comes through. Jamie looking to pressure out before they can apply it, but Golden Beam has the nano in their hands, has found Doorbell so far, is slightly thwarted off by the Blizzard on the side of Pot Noodle, but manages to not really get any value with it. Jamie is the one who's really cleaning up, has found Fraser. The front line is still there, the Monkey and the Reaper, but you have the sustain, you have the honor.
Living up to the name King Kong Jamie that I gave them in the first map of the day. Incredible stuff, keeping it alive for their team.
Yeah, slept up as well. The attack is doing fantastically so far.
I mean, it's consistent. It's a lot. I mean, Grizzlies are really trying to find a way to adapt their play styles. They're not really thinking too much about adapting the way that's
so far in.
Oh, Fraser, that's a big elimination as the point swings around the final corner.
Yeah, now Fraser's going to have to be really stagnant in this last fight. Both Gazin Rush put down onto the field. Doorbell nearly has this nano as well. This is a key ultimate moving into last fight territory. Trying to keep the team up. A good sleep and takes out Death Ray. The support line of Chargers doing amazing as ever. There's the dive, but the nano boost applied onto Jamie. He's looking for the picks, but Leica is there. Taking out Brazen. And there is Death Blossom. Tad Knight coming out of the shadows and finding 3.
Yes, finally the Battle of Glasgow becomes a war between these two teams right at the end of the third point of Blizzard World. And like I said, Tad Knight's going to have a bit of a better time here in those tighter corridors where those avenues open up. I mean, so is Pot Noodle though. So you do have to watch so you're not getting walled off. And even already Tad Knight setting up on the high ground. Jamie is going to be able to go in nice and deep with those Primal Rages, and often or not, they will find those eliminations.
Has to be forced to use the Primal because they were slapped up, unfortunately. Fraser as well, getting close to that nano. Yeah, Jamie's taking a lot of damn damage. I mean, they have Brazen to support them in this attack. Blizzard put down, Golden Beam goes along with it. Pot Noodle has done consistently well on this Mei, has found 2 so far in this fight, and they managed to get the cap. The Mei doing a great job of thwarting anyone who tried to step on point.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, Glasgow did good in really like draining that time bank, but Chargers are looking very strong now. Of course, if Glasgow wants to continue playing this series, they now need to complete Blizzard World to an equal degree to give themselves some space, right? To give themselves that level of assurity that they can even possibly win.
Sleep.
I mean, that's sleep.
Doorbell has done so well this series. I mean, we sang their praise in the first match of the day. But God, I mean, these support players really are the key to it all. They're the puppet masters behind the scenes. But again, pop-off moments from pretty much everyone in the lobby so far, and it's only our second map coming out here to see whether or not the Grizzlies can even things out. Like you say, they have to full cap Blizzard World. And after that, even if they do full cap, there has to be another round after that. So it's going to be a long Blizzard World here as Grizzlies try to even out.
There's actually 2 things to talk about here that are extremely important. And that's the 2 seconds after that 1 minute.
Yeah.
Because in hybrid, if you complete a map with over a minute and the opponent completes in overtime, they don't get another chance.
Yeah.
But you do. So Glasgow need to complete this map with time in the bank to even have another chance to win it out and not get a best scenario draw. Tad Knight coming out on the Tracy. I wasn't falling for that bait. I knew that was bait. Death Ray looking for a snipe, probably going to swap off onto the Genji or the other Shimada actually. We're going to get some Hanzo action on the attacking side.
Like hitting a bunch of headshot with a volley so far on the Zenyatta. I've seen them do well in the series previously. They'll be forced out a little bit. Golden Beam looking to create some space for their team, and it is Leica that opens things up. Brazen does fall nice and early. Doorbell being pressured out as well, and it's Leica who falls a little bit low as the dive commences on high ground. Doorbell is really taking a lot of damage, but Jamie says, okay, you dive my honor, I'll dive yours. But Death Ray is in the front, did good on the Tracer, did good on the Genji, and now the other Shimada on that Hanzo is doing a great job on this front line of dishing out a lot of damage, but a beautiful sleep. Doorbell managed to find the Hanzo. Oh my lord.
I mean, I don't understand. Does Doorbell have 2 times like self-healing, 2 times like damage? Like, what's happened? I mean, they are just staying alive, and of course, you got to give credit to Orion, right? I mean, keeping them alive. Basically, they went for the support trade, but they just couldn't get it because that Brigitte is so good at keeping up that Ana, and now they're going to go again and try their best to get a trade.
A lot of the time in these monkey-based compositions, it's about that nano. Is who opens it up first. Yeah, big nade. Jamie looks to dive onto the back line. Fraser falling very low. Has sustained of their own. The sleep as well.
There you go.
Can't mess with either of these Ana players. Can't go too deep. They will sleep you up. And it looks like picks are in the favor so far of Grizzlies to open up this fight. The backline, Doorbell and Orion. They have ultimates to sustain themselves, but will they have to use them?
What? They're actually nanoing the brick?
The nano rally Doorbell does fall. Orion making their way onto point to try and get some kills with this rally, but gets juggled around by Golden Beam. They have the trans on the side of the Grizzlies as well, and I mean, hey, they were throwing something against the wall, trying to see if it stuck. It didn't, but it was definitely entertaining to see. And the cap comes through for Grizzly, 4 minutes 20 on the clock.
You know, they've earned it, but the ego of the support line to even attempt such a thing is insane. But yeah, Grizzlies now, they're really in their own kind of momentum here, and Defray has an amazing view of this map now on point 2, and is going to really control things with that Hanzo, with that Recon Arrow, finding out the opponent DPS and just getting in those one-shots.
Yeah, you have Golden Beam on that front line. They're really pressuring out the front, and then you have Deathray on that Hanzo, just quite literally throwing in rays of arrows over and over again on that high ground. You have the nano available from the attackers. Defenders do have a lot to work with. They have the Blizzard, maybe to deter a nano dive coming out here from Golden Beam, who looks to jump on, instantly slept up again. Can Doorbell hit any more sleeps? Chrono Freeze has been used by that Mei. The follow-up isn't there though. Jamie goes in, he finds Tab Knight, has the Primal as well, sustaining them up. Cooldowns have been thrown down onto them, barely alive. Fraser does manage to land them. They find the follow-up. Golden Beam very, very low though, and they're getting the push.
They're pushing the point, that's what they want. Leica goes down, and that's what Pod Noodle allows you to do on the Mei. Have that, you know, point control. When things get muddy, you have that Mei to go in there and sustain. You also have the Blizzard, so you're not going to get any like cheeky captures or anything.
Yeah.
Golden Beam coming up to Primal is probably going to look to go deep, and I mean, last time we saw them kind of go into the Mei, you really want to be going on to Doorbell. I mean, I know it's a scary prospect, right? But you do need to deal with Doorbell somehow.
Again, slept up Golden Beam pretty much instantly. Deters that dive. Is anti-it up, but has the Primal. They've gone in, they've found Orion. Jamie's in the opposing backline though, also gets slept up. These honors are just so damn consistent. But while these monkeys look to dive, that's where the real fight lays down, as Deathray looks to find so many picks here, with a Dragon as well onto Doorbell. And it seems so odd, Gio, because Chargers had so much in their arsenal, but Grizzlies managed to thwart them.
Recharge there, sleep again, but the damage is there from Deathray still.
They have the Blizzard if they really want to take this fight, and the Bob. So a lot of staying power in terms of an overtime fight. We might have spoken too soon. Leica looks to be very, very vulnerable here, sitting so far forward, has to force the trans out. Brazen has found 2 so far, trades their life for those picks for Golden Beam, taking them out. Tab Knight is good at the back, finds the pulse bomb. Pot Noodle, like you said, in these scrappy fights, these Meis do a good job of holding things together. Jamie's still on the car. What? How are they holding it together? I don't understand. Now the Mora is back. Can they keep it going?
Yeah, the Doorbell's just getting healing in from... Oh wait, that was so close. That was so close. The breath has been taken out of the Grizzlies there. Especially since, well, they really spent their arsenal. They wanted that fight win. Yeah. And now, they'll be pushing into Jamie for Primal, and of course that's onto the back line. You need a big sleep yet again. I mean, the Annas, they have been hitting them, so it's not unlikely, but it's going to be a tough fight here to go up against if you are the Chargers.
Yeah, Jamie has the Primal. Looks to go in nice and aggressive with you. You can hear the tension in the air. It's so close to being capped. Leica opens things up nicely though, has been great on the Zenyatta. Is in a very vulnerable position. Gets taken out by the Dynamite. Jamie's Primal has run out and the health seems to be draining bit by bit. A res from Orion does find Doorbell though, so they have the honor back in the fight. They have to sustain if they so want it. They now have this Torpid, which isn't very good for the stall. Not a lot of mobility to really keep that point alive. And we see the Primal being cast now for Golden Beam. Fraser falling low. Doorbell, yet again, can they deter more divers? Deathray manages to find a pick, but I do not believe this, that they are still holding on to this point, Gio, and it looks to be last fight territory in what might wrap up this final series.
This could be the final fight, and that is if the Chargers can hold in. However, the Grizzlies are coming up to the most tried and true combo that there is in Overwatch. The Nano Blade is going to be ready for this final fight, and a lot of eyes on Orion to get this Valkyrie to try and sustain the team enough through it when it happens.
If Doorbell sleeps this Nano Blade, I'm going to lose myself. Brazen open things up nicely. Lycan is taken out. Deathray's down to the last fight. That's no blade available. That ult combination is gone. It is done. Golden Beam is the only one really left on this point. The Nano Boost is there. Katrina on call. The Katrina to finish things off. The point stay is great here from the defense. I do not believe it, but the Grizzlies get thwarted. And it looks like Chargers, the underdog, the young sibling, they come out on top.
They've done it. Their energy, what they've brought to this event has been outstanding. And there is Jamie at the front line of it all. King Kong Jamie has been consistent and deserves to play. They are being outstanding stuff. The Chargers, they have proven themselves today.
Absolutely. I mean, like, that was a series for sure.
I'm out of breath. And I wasn't even playing.
I mean, I got to say, just like plays from everyone in that series were just so huge. Everyone had pop-off moments.
It came down to the wire. Laser Beam was at 99.999% to Blade and then was eliminated. Like, that was really close. I mean, you play that fight like 10 times, it goes 5 wins each side, right? It's an equal thing.
Yeah. That's our final series for Overwatch. The category goes in the favor of the Chargers.
Yeah.
Handshakes all around.
Yep. Handshakes. I mean, it's all friendly, right? And I mean, what that means is that the Chargers have come out at the start of this weekend of great gaming, and they've taken the lead. They've taken the lead from the front runners of Glasgow, and if they can keep that momentum up, then they could probably take it this weekend. They can take 2023 into their own.
Yeah, big stuff for Chargers.
Absolutely. I mean, you'll love to see it. I mean, these players have been prepping for this for so long. But you know, we've talked about the gaming, but let's talk about our partners a bit, as we do have a video package of our partners for the hospital. Let's have a little look.
We need your help to make Glasgow the greatest gaming hospital in the world. You could hold a games night, a streaming marathon, or even give up gaming. Whatever you do, your fundraising can help to bring the magic of gaming to the Children's Hospital. Join our campaign, Games for the Weans.
Hello. Hi. Sorry, I know a bunch of you will probably want to go grab a drink or a bite to eat, but I just thought I'd come along and explain what we're doing here. You might have seen us just by the entrance as you're coming in. So, my name's Stephen. I'm here from Glasgow Children's Hospital Charity, and I'm here to talk to you about Games for the Weans, which is our new gaming campaign to help children in hospital game. Before I start, I'd just like to say a massive thank you to all at Charge Esports, everyone who's helped organise this fantastic event, and especially the casters who have done such a great job in shouting us out a few times already, so a massive thank you for that. If I could just have the next slide, please. It feels like Boris Johnson at those COVID briefings like 3 years ago. So, Games for the Weans is a charity gaming campaign for gamers to help fundraise and help kids game while they're in hospital for potentially months or even years. As a charity, we've been around for 21 years now, and we've put £45 million into this place and also the old York Hill Hospital, just a few miles from here. And a large part of what we do is funding the hospital's play programme. We give £500,000 every single year to that. And a large part of that is supporting gaming in the hospital. And that takes the form of all the consoles that we have on the wards, virtual reality sets. We have iPads in the vast majority of the rooms in the hospital here in Govan. But there's a need for more. There's 256 beds in this hospital. 500 children go through its doors every single day. And we need your help to make everyone included in the gaming experience in the hospital. If I could have the next slide, please. So, sorry, that's just skipped one. Great. So what we felt was it's all well and good providing the infrastructure, the extra consoles, things like that, but it also matters who you play with. And we currently support the hostel's play team. There's a member of the play team to every single ward in the hospital, but not all of them, by their own admission, are gamers. I've heard reports of driving the wrong way up Rainbow Road and things of that nature. So what we believe is that kids should be able to game with gamers like themselves. And that could be a paid gamer role in the hospital. It could be gaming volunteers that help support that paid gamer. And I'm going to tell you now about a few of the patients that would be able to benefit from a service like this that we are looking for your help to help fund. If I could have the next slide, please. So I'll start with the little lad who you just saw in the last slide, Benji. He's come over 200 miles from the Highlands for his cancer treatment, and he's doing well, but as well as you can in that situation. He's a massive Mario fan, and he took great delight in showing me his Odyssey outfits and then also beating me at Mario Kart, which is quite embarrassing for me, but he's a massive Mario obsessive, but unfortunately when we were in the hostel with Benji, we only had an hour or so with him, and we felt it would be massive to give him a gamer that he can play with until such time as he's able to go back up the road to the Highlands and play with his friends. Grace, in the middle there, is just along the corridor from Benji. She's in the teenage cancer unit, and she uses VR because she knows what cancer treatment is like. So she uses VR to relax before she goes into her neuroblastoma treatment. Lukash, next door, is on the floor above in the renal ward. He just had a kidney transplant on Valentine's Day, so he named it Valentino. He also paints. He's a massive artist, and he took great delight in showing me the art design of Cuphead, which I'd never seen before. So Lucas, before he got his new kidney, would have to go on dialysis for 6 hours at a time. And then when you factor in the travel there and back from Edinburgh, where his family lives, that's pretty much his whole day until he got his new kidney. So gaming was a massive part of that, being able to play Cuphead in between lessons and arts and crafts and things like that. But obviously there's only one console for the whole renal ward, which has, I think, 24 beds. So inevitably there are children and young people like Lukash who might miss out on any given day. Lucas has got a gastro condition and also autism, so he plays with his headphones, and we feel it would be amazing to provide Lucas with a gamer who understands his autism and is able to play FIFA with him. And finally, Cassie, in the bottom left, is a cystic fibrosis patient, which means there's a bit of a risk of infection if she was to mix with patients from outside her room. So a paid gamer would be able to call her for 30 minutes at the start of a week and plan a Minecraft build with her to give her something to work towards for the rest of the week, rather than potentially letting loneliness or isolation set in because she can't mix with some of her peers. If I could have the next slide, please. So I'd just like you to think about those stories and those patients as I now go to the part where we ask for money. So what we've got on, you'll probably have seen as you're coming in, the gaming raffle is live. Thank you so much to everyone who's bought tickets. I think there's already £80 has been raised by the people in this room, so if you could give yourselves a round of applause for that. If I could have the next slide, please, again. Here are all the prizes that are available. I think you'll agree there's some fantastic prizes there for just £5 a ticket. We've got 2 Alienware monitors. One is so big that it takes up like the entire boot of my car. So a massive thank you to Dell for providing that, plus the Sega Mega Drive Mini and mobile gaming controllers. We've got an Xbox Series X, a Master Chief figurine, an Xbox headset stand, plus mystery boxes from Geekaboo on Queen Street. They're absolutely awesome. A Super Rare Games Nintendo Switch bundle, so thank you to them. Blue light prescription glasses from Vision Express. I can imagine a few of the people gaming today might need those, or their eyes might get a bit sore. And finally, a board game bundle as well. So there's some fantastic prizes. It's £5 a ticket. Please, if you can, consider taking part in that. But if you scan the wee QR code, it will take you straight to the page. You can also join me in the just the corridor outside, and you can buy a ticket using the QR code there. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the campaign. Other than that, we're also looking for streamers or people who want to host maybe a LAN event like this one. If you fancy making it for charity, then please consider Games for the Weans and Help Children Game in Hospital. A massive thank you, everyone.
An amazing charity, an amazing cause to get involved with, and really, I mean, there's so much reason to donate, even without the amazing prizes. I mean, Alienware, I mean, that's a very big name, right, for cool monitors. And I mean, lots of our PC gamers out there will always appreciate the highest refresh rates that you can.
As gamer as it gets. Yeah, we've had tons of awesome matches as well today. It's been hectic. It's been very intense at multiple periods of time. But that is myself and Gio, unfortunately, done for Battle for Glasgow. And you guys have been a fantastic crowd. And it's been really wonderful to have our first LAN event together as well. It's been quite special. So thank you very much all for attending.
I mean, yeah, there's been plenty of good games, and there's plenty more. I mean, this is just the beginning of the weekend. So, I mean, the Chargers, they've taken the lead right at the start of this weekend. There's Valorant coming up next. The stream is going to go down, but when it's back up, that's when the Valorant's going to start. So don't worry, we're not finished today. So keep refreshing the page, keep an eye out for when the stream's back up. But that is us. Don't forget to laugh loud and love yourself, folks, and we'll be right back after the break.